Welcome everyone to the Future of SEO seminar. I'm very happy you're here. I'm excited to share with you the data that we've got. We've got a variety of experts coming as well who are going to come and share their insights. And frankly, I don't know that we're going to be able to get through everything in the 4 hours that we have. So I'm just going to go as long as I can. And I'm just very thankful that you're here. I'm thankful for your support, for your questions. I'm going to try and answer as many of them as I can. And as we go through here, if you have questions, just drop them in the chat. And I may not see them like immediately, but what I will do is I'll try to go through the presentations during some of the pre-recorded portions. And those sections will be obvious. You'll know when like it's a pre-recorded thing because it'll look like this.
I think reports are the biggest BS that SEO agencies sell to clients. And here's why. Hear me out. I can massage data all day long. I can give you a report that makes you look amazing online. I can bring thousands of new visitors to your pages every single day. Easy. But it doesn't matter because what matters is, are you getting those good potential new client calls? Are you getting the conversions? The only report you need is the amount of calls you've gotten that month, and is it coming from SEO, and is it more or less than you've gotten the month before? Data in itself is completely useless, especially in a world that is completely inundated with data. And I can go to ChatGPT and have it create me something lovely. I think it's a waste of time, and I think it's a waste of energy. I think if you need a report to know if your SEO is working, then your SEO is not working. That's it.
Housekeeping matters. Number one is that there's no CLE credit for this seminar. It's really foundationally on marketing, and so the state bar is not going to approve that. Number two is that I strongly recommend that you be in front of a computer for this presentation. I'm going to break every rule of good presenting because there's just like mountains and mountains and mountains of text, and there's no real good way for me to get rid of that. So you're going to see lots of text on a lot of the slides, and if you're watching on a phone or you've got like a small screen, or you're even just like kind of watching passively in the background, I strongly recommend that you get in front of a computer, put it, to full screen so that you can see the text that is on the screen, and you can also, so you can better understand what we're talking about and see the data that I'm presenting. And if you do that, at the end of the day, what you're going to be left with is, number one, you're going to be given a methodology for you to determine whether the company or your in-house team that's doing the marketing for your website does a good job or might need some tweaking. You're going to get a methodology to interview and work through hiring a good SEO for your company. And then finally, you're going to get some tools to use ChatGPT, or at least understand the process of using some of these generative text tools to create blog posts or marketing plans so that you can either do it yourself or you can provide better oversight for people who are doing it for you. And so the first thing I wanted to start with is a clip from our roundtable of BS things that these professionals are seeing in the market.
I've seen a lot of BS in this industry, no doubt, but I think it really comes down practically to the strategy and the overall approach that a client is buying. If you're buying an approach and the vendor has basically laid out a full game plan, they're specifying, here we're going to do X amount of this, blog articles, for example, X amount of this, X amount of that. Not to suggest that there are no groups out there not getting results, but from our experience, if you're anticipating that you need to do X amount of this, X amount of that, 6 months down the road, 7, 8 months down the road, you are not positioning yourself to be agile and to be able to evolve as the market evolves. There are always going to be evolutions and rankings and how your site ranks for this or that. And you want an SEO that will adapt to the market itself as new competitors come on. So that would be my biggest challenge to a group that has what I would consider much more of a cookie cutter, month to month rinse and repeat approach.
Before we go any further, I want to give you the most important thing to know, because I'm 100% certain that there are going to be people who are watching this and you're going to say, that was wrong. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. And I want to owned this from the beginning. I am not a SEO expert. I'm not a marketing expert. I'm barely a legal expert. And all I'm trying to do is offer you unbiased, disinterested, objective advice and data for you to make your own decisions about your marketing. I'm not going to recommend to you a single marketing company during this presentation. Anyone that you see here, I asked to be here to give you advice. I'm not sponsored. There's nothing that other than me trying to do the best that I can to help other lawyers make informed decisions with their marketing dollars. And to get started with this, though, is that I still got to dig at least a little bit into the very basics of SEO, and we'll cover some core concepts that will be necessary to understand some of this later stuff. And if you are a marketing expert and you are looking at this and you're saying, hey, he's just getting it wrong, leave a comment. Help correct this, help everyone get on the same page, and I'll call it out and as we go along here if I see it, because I am not an SEO expert. I'm just a guy who really enjoys going through the data. So number one is the core principle of search engine optimization that you have to know, and that is this: if you're not first, you're last. And the reason why is because you can spend as much money as you want to on SEO, and if you're not able to attract a single client because you're not on the first page of Google for that competitive keyword that you're wanting to go after, every dollar that you spent is wasted. Like, I can't tell you how many lawyers have called and told me I spent $80, $90, $100, $200,000 a year on SEO and I don't have a single client to show for it. And that's because they did not rank on the first page for a competitive, and we'll talk about what's competitive and not competitive, keyword that is actually getting traffic and has people that are there and clicking on it and going to their website. Because if you're not on the first page, the odds are they will never see your website. So the question then becomes, like, how do you get to be first? Like, what does it take? And it's really more simple than people are willing to admit. And that's because it all comes down to three things. The quality of the content that you're putting on there. Is if you have the highest quality content, and it doesn't matter if you do all the other technical stuff right, you're going to rank above someone else who doesn't have quality content. And if you both have reasonably high quality content, then Google's going to fall back to proximity, like who's searching that's closer. And then the next thing they're going to look at, if you're both like reasonably far away, is they're going to look at relevance. How many backlinks or other news stories or websites are linking to your website to say that, like, between these two, this is the one that we need to be highlighting and putting in front of people. And a lot of times, there's no competition for a keyword whatsoever. As we're going to go look through this data today, most keywords don't really have, any difficulty in ranking for them. And so your standard for quality can be low. Like, here's an example of what we're doing. So we're the only game in town in the entire country for car mobilization, car booting. And we're the top of the map. We're 9 out of the 10 top 10 results, and the 10 of the 10 is probably news articles about our cases. But the reality is that that's a keyword that nobody wants. Like, we're the only people who want that keyword. And by simply putting on our website, we want booting cases, that was enough for Google to go, good for me, you can have them, because no one else wanted them. And that's going to be the same thing that's applying to a lot of other practice areas as we see when we go through here. And I don't want you to discount the niche practice area, because we're going to talk a lot about like the most difficult keywords, but also the easiest keywords are sometimes the best. And the reason why is because when you're the only game in town and you're on that niche topic, and when the media comes knocking and wants to do a story about it, you're the only person, you're the local expert on that topic. And then you're the one.
You park your car at a lot in Atlanta, walk off the property, come back, and your car's going to be booted. Since 2012, we've helped at least 500,000 people who've been booted in Georgia. And Atlanta counts for the lion's share of that.
So when the media comes knocking, you're the only game in town. And so we were able to get the call when they were doing a national story on car booting, and our traffic, and this is our traffic for that day. This is like 2 weeks ago. And our traffic doubled just from that news story on a keyword, on a practice area that generally was getting very low traffic overall. The good news for us, though, is that 99% of the people who do search for that are looking for a lawyer and are ready to hire somebody. And so, like, don't discount the niches, but then also don't get confused about like what you're really focusing on for the most part. And that is like the big keywords. When we're talking about the difference between, this one was 30 a month. So this is a keyword, this is kratom. So this is something that we're now doing wrongful death cases involving kratom. Now, ranking for kratom has a 66 difficulty, but there's 52,000 people who are searching about kratom and whether it's dangerous, whether it can kill you. And so like just by putting on our webpage, hey, we do kratom, is like not going to get it done. So like right this second, and we have the lion's share of kratom wrongful death cases in the United States, and we're still not relevant according to Google. We're ranking number 33 for kratom wrongful death over a variety of government websites, because those government websites are going to trump us every day. And the reason why is because they have more backlinks. They have more relevance in the eyes of Google in terms of credibility. And then generally speaking, you're going to lose the proximity battle too, unless someone is reasonably close to where you are. Like someone in Michigan or California is probably not going to get our page over a government website 9 times out of 10. And for difficult keywords, it can be almost impossible to crack into that first page if you don't have a very concentrated effort. So here is the 2-year look back for car accident lawyer Atlanta. And each of these lines represents a law firm domain. And watch what happens over the past 2 years. Practically nothing. Like 9 out of the 10 law firms kept their spot in the top 10. At the end of the day, let's see who came up. Atlanta injury lawyer came up near the end here. But otherwise, John Foy, Darren Tobin, Gary Martin Hayes, Ken Nugent, Mike Rafey, John Hasner, Bader Scott, like those guys are at the top, in the top 10, and they've stayed there for 2 years, despite every other lawyer in Atlanta who wants to do car wreck cases doing everything they can to knock them off of the top. So the first question that you've got to ask is, if you're considering hiring an SEO company or you're trying to figure out like whether you guys are doing it right or not, is what are we going after and how hard is it? Because if you're going after car accident lawyer, your budget needs to be sky high. But if you're going after booting cases, you probably don't even need a marketing company at all. So there are a couple of different websites that you can go to look at the keywords. Like you can type in like divorce lawyer or criminal lawyer or immigration lawyer. And most of these are free. I use Ahrefs, which I'll poke my head here. I use Ahrefs as my primary tool. And you can go in and look and see, like, do you have a niche practice? And even if you don't have a niche practice, look at your local competition, because there may not be anyone else in your area that is interested in that search term or is doing that area, or is at least not online doing it. And I made this easy for you. Most of our people here are from Georgia. So one of the data points that I pulled was the keyword difficulty for terms in Georgia. So these are the practice areas. Let me get out of the way here. Doop, doop, doop. Bling, bling, bling. There we go. So personal injury lawyer Atlanta, 56 difficulty. All the way down at Chapter 7 attorney Atlanta, 0. So if you were a bankruptcy attorney, a Chapter 7 attorney, and you just throw up on your website, I want Chapter 7 cases, you might rank in very short order. The same thing is true for something like slip and fall lawyers Atlanta. Like there are a lot of people who do premises cases, but no one is going after that term. And so that's something that you can look at and say, like, well, do we want to go after that? And the thing that you want to look at to determine that is volume. So just because a keyword is easy and sounds good doesn't mean that you're going to want it. So volume is the other metric that goes along with keyword difficulty. You want to find a keyword that has a reasonable difficulty and a high volume, or even better, a keyword that has no difficulty and extremely high volume. So personal injuries lawyers, Atlanta, Georgia, personal injury law, Georgia, these are all very difficult keywords, or relatively difficult, but they also have low volume. So even if you're going after the quote big game, you want to make sure you're going after the right game. And this is the difference between personal injury lawyer Atlanta and personal injury law Georgia. The person who wins personal injury lawyer Atlanta is going to get 2,600 traffic every month. You win the game on personal injury law Georgia, you get 10. And people are going to, and I'm certain that the people in the comments are saying like this is probably not right. And maybe it's not for volume because that does seem low. But the point is that you want to go and run your keywords and compare the difficulty to the volume and deciding like where are you going to make your stand, where are you going to spend your dollars. And even if they are sending you this pretty report every month that says, hi, we got you to number the top 10 on these 45 keywords, the very next thing out of your mouth needs to be, cool, give me the volume report for these terms that you've ranked me for. Like how many people are searching for, what's the market that I can actually be going after for that? And keyword research itself is kind of an art and science. Like I did the best that I could with this, but there are a lot of tools out there. Most of them are free. And I can't tell you how many times I've had SEO companies call me and be like, hi, I got Dave Smith #1 as the business lawyer in Atlanta or the real estate attorney in Atlanta. And then you go and look at, and that sounds impressive, but then you go and look at the difficulty and the volume and you go, no one's searching for that. And so don't get tricked by vanity metrics. Like we're all familiar with vanity metrics like impressions, but don't be tricked by the vanity metrics of keywords that have no volume, or even worse, chasing after high difficulty keywords without a sufficient budget and without having a tactical plan to do it. Because if you're going to go after a 50 or a 40 or even a 90 difficulty word, you've got to have a tactical play in place to go and look at it. And here's the reason why. So a couple of months ago, the source code of Yandex allegedly was leaked. And Yandex is the Russian search equivalent of Google. And in there was thousands of algorithmic evaluation things for ranking on Yandex. And Yandex is largely thought to be kind of a knockoff of Google. And so in there is a lot of things that no one really knows what it means. Like the document is selection from TikTok. So it sounds like TikTok is a thing that people care about. The ratio of dwell time on a host in a given region to dwell time on a host in all regions. So like they're looking at things like how long are people saying on this and similar websites? Do you have did you add this page to a bookmark? Like Yandex was tracking that and determined that that was a ranking factor. Like these are things that are just hard to control for. The Levenstein distance between the query and the URL of the form for a YouTube video. Like, I don't know what that means, and I would challenge someone, to explain what that is with any kind of clarity. So let's keep going through these. And as you kind of go through here, you can just Google like the Yandex search search algorithms, and you can find this list online. But it's not going to do anything for you. And the reason it's not going to do anything for you is because almost all of this stuff is things that are outside of your control. And that's kind of the point I want to drive home, is that no one really knows how Google is evaluating your website and your ranking. But what we do know is that higher quality content that is closer to the individual with a sufficient number of backlinks will almost always beat out the other people, because all of these kinds of metrics will support that. So like the share of incoming traffic or the percentage of visits that stay there for longer than 90 or 160 seconds, the people are staying for 90 or 160 seconds because the quality is higher. So like you can try and game that, but that's not necessarily going to help you in the long term. So as you're trying to evaluate what's your website, one thing that you can look at is this thing called domain authority. So instead of going and tracking down like all of your backlinks and your location to searches and all that kind of stuff, one of the like kind of like quick and easy ways to determine like where do I stand is your domain authority. And there are a couple of different domain authority metrics. You can hear things like a UL number or domain authority. I think SEMrush has their own number. They're all pretty similar to each other. And like Wikipedia would have a 100 domain rating, or Adobe or the National Institute of Health. Those are going to be 100 domain rating websites. So this is our 2-year look back on our domain rating for wfirm.com. So we started at a 9. And 9 is actually pretty average for a normal personal injury law firm. And the problem, though, is that we're in Atlanta, which is incredibly competitive with lots of people doing really good SEO work. So we had to work really hard to like make progress on all of those factors. And those are factors, and that's reflected in our domain rating, which is now at 56. And if you signed up early enough for this seminar, I emailed you your domain rating. Like you should have that in your inbox. And so just go look for that email. And if you don't have it, shoot me an email, or even better, you can go to Ahrefs, and it's ahwrefs.com. ahwerf. Oh boy, I'm going to just put it up on a graphic here. But you can go there and enter in your website for free. And it'll tell you your domain rating right there. And in addition to giving you your domain rating, it will also give you the backlinks. These are the websites that link to your webpage. So you can go through there and see the quantity and the quality of the backlinks that you have. Like this is saying that we have around 6,000 backlinks. A lot of them seem to have something to do with tires. So if I'm trying to evaluate like how is Google seeing my website, the answer is that it sees that we do a lot of product liability work involving defective tires. My message about Kratom is not getting out there the same way. So Ahrefs is a tool that you can then use to like dig deeper to get past that like initial like couple of websites backlinks. And I strongly recommend that you get a subscription to Ahrefs because it's a very small investment to have an incredible amount of information about your domain, about your website, the work that's being done. And I do recommend that you get a subscription to Ahrefs. Even at the $99 a month level, you get a ton of tools. I'm not going to go into all of them, and I'm going to try and stay focused on backlinks, but you can monitor like the overall health of your website, and it's a really cool tool for just figuring out what's going on your website and whether you're keeping pace with other firms that are ranking for the terms that you do want to rank for, as well as for figuring out what you want to rank for in the first place. So I'll go into our site here. So I'm able to check our backlinks or referring domains over time. So I'm able to see that we had 239 referring domains 2 years ago. Now we've got 1,200. There are a lot of firms that have a whole lot more than that, but I'm happy with that progress. I can also track our domain rating over time and see that like I'm getting steady progress. And this is one of those things that you do want to keep an eye on, if only because once you're plateauing, you can have a conversation with your company or look at what you're doing to say like, what can we do to keep getting that upward momentum? And I can go even drill down in like the individual backlinks over time and just look at what am I getting? What's the frequency? Or I can drill in and say like, for example, right now we're really interested in wrongful death cases involving Kratom. So I can drill down and say, for example, I want to see what backlinks are being generated or what media articles are being done related to our Kratom efforts and go in and see, what's going on. Like if I've done like a media push with an agency and like they didn't link to our website, I can go in here and kind of monitor and make sure that like the link did come in. If not, I can call them and say, hey, can you put a link to our website on that article that you did? So it's a very powerful tool for checking your backlinks, and you absolutely should get a subscription to it because There's just a whole lot more here, and we'll go through a little bit of it later. But there's a lot of tools here. But the backlinks, to me, Ahrefs is number one for tracking those, as well as doing like research on like who is linking to other people's websites. And in addition to your backlinks, like once you've kind of got like a good foundation, like, hey, we've got a lot of backlinks, or we've got as many backlinks as the other firms that are ranking higher than us, then you can start drilling down onto the more technical stuff. And we're talking about things like, your schematics, you can drill down into the more technical stuff, like the schema on your website. And I'm talking about like your header tags and your images and alt tags, the length of your content and optimizing that, your overall page structure, your linking strategy, those kinds of things. And these are all like slightly more technical terms. So what I wanted to do for this section is to bring on Eric Warnacki and his team from Omnizant to kind of talk through some of those issues. Omnizant is currently my SEO company, but I'm not bringing them on here as an endorsement. Like, we very recently hired them, and you can kind of judge for yourself whether they're doing a good job just by monitoring our website over the next couple of months. And if you see, us getting improvement and things, continuing to go on an upward trend, then like they're doing a good job. And if not, don't hire them. And so either way, I'm going to bring on Eric and let's kind of walk through some of this more technical stuff.
Working with you thus far has been an absolute pleasure. I was thrilled to hear that you invited us to participate on this platform today.
Cannot be true. There's no plan where that is true.
Yeah. And my name is Eric Warnacki, and I'm the technical SEO lead at Omnizant. And so I'm excited here to just look at some websites, look at some data, and figure out, what advice we can give to other attorneys out there to be able to them, allow them to have more control over their marketing and the future success of their company. So that's really, I'm excited to have this opportunity to share a lot of stuff that I know today with everybody. So thank you, man.
So we can do this kind of one of two ways. So when people registered for the seminar, they said, hey, either A, I want you to look at my website and kind of tell me what your thoughts, or two, they said, I don't necessarily want you to, but if you need to, you can go and look at our website. So we can either jump into the websites and start looking at the issues, or we can kind of go through what I call like the low-hanging fruit first and then go to websites. Kind of what's the approach that you think is best for this?
Yeah. So to me, I think it might be helpful really to just start doing a couple audits there and getting a look at some of the specifics of SEO strategy and are things being done well or not, and then kind of use that to bridge into the overarching data that you collected in the bigger picture.
Okay. Then what I'll do is I'll bring up, let's see. I'll bring up the first website, which is AFJ Law Firm, and let me pull that, and I'll put it up on the screen here. And this is a Bozeman, and I'm just reading the page here for the first time. So this is a Bozeman, Montana personal injury firm. See if I can make it bigger for you. There you go. So kind of just right off the bat, like what are you, when you're assessing a website, or let's just say that like, and I don't mean this from a technical SEO perspective. Like if I'm a person who is like an attorney trying to figure out like, how do I assess whether like my website is doing the stuff it's supposed to do? Like what are kind of the first things that I'm looking at?
Yeah, I mean, so just from a visual point, what you want to make sure is that the expertise of the attorney or attorneys, really the whole firm itself, is on display here. And so when you look at this, the first thing you really see is those Rocky Mountains there, and we see, that it is a Montana personal injury and insurance law firm, right? But I feel that this website would be better, served if the attorney itself was featured a little bit more prominently. It's good that we have these victories right there up front, but I don't think immediately that the expertise of this attorney is coming across obviously enough to me right away. That's my first thought.
So one of the things we talked about was like header tags, and like here I see make your voice heard, and then I see Montana personal injury and insurance law. Talk to me a little bit about these two, both, the heading that they're choosing, as well as the order in which they're in. And one of the things that we can do is I'll pull, and this is the Ahrefs toolbar. So this one has a H1 of make your voice heard. So can you kind of reiterate, number one, what is an H1? What is the importance of it?
Yeah, so this is called a heading tag, and really it's in the order of importance. And so an H1 is equivalent maybe to the title of your book, and then the H2 tags would be the equivalent of each chapter. Maybe H3 would be the equivalent of sort of a subsection within it, right? And so you want to make sure that there's only one H1 tag on each page of your site. And you want to make sure that that H1 tag contains the keywords that you want your website to be able to rank for. And so you can see right here, front and center, this H1 tag is that one that says make your voice heard. In my opinion, that's not a good H1 tag for this website. And in fact, just below that, they have an H5 tag, which we mentioned sort of the order of importance. You know what I mean? It goes down all the way down to H6, from H1 all the way down to H6, with the importance, being with the H1s and the H2s. With this being an H5 like that, saying Montana personal injury and insurance law, he's effectively getting almost no SEO value out of that. It's nearly the same thing as if that was a normal, paragraph tag. And so I would really swap this if it were me. I would have his H1 say Montana personally injury, and insurance law, and then have the thing that says make your voice heard. Maybe just have that be an H5, or make that just a strong tag right there, because that's more of sort of a tagline, and won't necessarily help them with rankings at all. So that's the first thing I would do here.
So it seems, and I'm just looking at this, so it seems like just with almost no effort, it seems like all you would have to do is say, this is my H1, make this an H5, because it doesn't actually tell you anything about what they're doing, and then make each of these either H2 or H3s to let people know that these are the important practice areas that we're doing. And then, maybe not even have these H6s, make everything a higher up on the hierarchy. I mean, is that a fair statement of something that they could do today with literally no effort?
Extremely fair. It would take 3 seconds. And the other thing about this is, you want these to basically be in a sensible order too. So you want your H1 at the very top, right? Followed by an H2, maybe an H3, right? Then another H2, another H3. But we've got this sort of strangeness here with H1, H5, H2, H5. I think they're over relying on these H5 tags, and they shouldn't be used in this way. They're just being overused.
Got it. Okay. So then the other thing that I noticed when I pulled this up here, so actually I'm going to throw this up here. So because we talked about can I have multiple H1s tags on a page? Is that appropriate?
So there's a little bit of a controversy, different schools of thoughts on this. I'll keep it simple. There should be one H1 on each page. Now, the caveat from that has to do with the old version of HTML, HTML4, versus the new version of HTML, what they call HTML5. Traditionally in HTML4, you would only ever have one H1 tag. The new guideline says that it's okay if you have multiple sections on a page and you have one H1 in each section. However, I still disregard that advice, and I only have one H1 regardless of whether it's HTML5, regardless if I have 100 different sections. I'm always going to have one H1 at the top, and then every subsection is going to be an H2. So that's the information right there.
Okay. So as I go back up to my page, let me pull it back up. And again, I'm using just the Ahrefs toolbar that you can get. It's free. And what I see here is a meta tag. Tell me what that is and what its important is.
Yeah, so that right there specifically is a title tag, and what the title tag's main purpose is for search engines like Google to be able to get a quick idea of what the page is about. And so there's two things that are the most important on a page as far as telling Google, well, let's say three things, right, that are important as far as Google being able to know what the page is about. Number one is the URL itself, right? In this case, AFJ law firm. Number two is that H1. And then number three is the page title. And so Google will actually scrape that page title and show it in the Google search engine results page when you do a search. So let's say you did a search for Montana personal injury lawyer, right? At some point, AFJ is going to appear on that Google search engine result page. And in that little listing that you'll see on Google, you'll see the page title. And then below that, you'll see their meta description, which is a 1 or 2 sentence description of the page. And then, of course, just the link to be able to get there. So if you could, Matt, if you have the ability to open up another tab, just do a quick search in Google for Montana personal injury attorney, or that's just fine.
I'll do this H5.
Yeah, let's do that exact match. So you can see they actually pop up there. Well, probably they pop up number 1, probably because they're the only person that has that exact H5 right there with personal injury and insurance law in there.
No, that's not them.
Oh, sorry, I saw
We're
that.
looking for AFJ law firm. So even searching for that exact phrase,
they don't show up. So yeah, that's not very good.
If I do the exact phrase, they do show up. But if I just search for it generically, I don't see them even on the first 2 pages.
I think that goes back to Eric's point of the H5 not having the authority.
And so then what happens if I do this? Yeah, nothing there. So now I want to show you a different page, and this is from Nick Schneider. And let's compare, the meta description and the H1s for his page. So I'll pull up his H1. So here you've got what appears to be, to me at least, a better structure in that you've got only H1 and H2s. But like you were saying, that there should be only H1, but what I see is 2. And I see one that is very good, and I see one that is not. At least my opinion. So is it possible, if he wants to keep this up here at the top in like that big bold formatting, to just change the formatting of that text without making it an H1?
That's exactly correct. And you're 100% correct about that. A lot of people choose an H1 or an H2 tag, not necessarily because of the SEO importance of it, but because of the sizing. So automatically in just browsers out of the box, they're going to make an H1 tag bigger than an H2 tag and an H3 tag. And so a lot of times people will say, I want this text to be basically roughly, yay big, right? And so they'll say H1 didn't quite cut it, H2 is a little closer, and so I'm happy with that because it looks the way that I want. And they don't really give any consideration to anything other than the visual to it, of course. But that's not going to work most of the time. And so I definitely agree with you that I think to me, honestly, neither of those are actually quite excellent. What I would do is delete the one at the bottom, or change that one at the bottom to an H2 that says "Need a Fighter" called Schneider, and I would keep the one.
I will warn you, Nick Schneider is a boxer, and he'll come for you if you say this.
I might make his homepage H1, something like injury attorneys, and then whatever the service area that he services, however big it might be, whichever one gets the most clicks, I would put that in there. So personal injury attorney, and then whatever the service area is what I would change that to.
So then here it says that it's missing a meta description. So so we talked about like having one that was descriptive. Like the last website we looked at had one that we thought did a better job, but there's not one at all on this page. So what is the downside of that?
So the downside to that is that Google's going to pick whatever they want from your page and create a meta description for you. And so a lot of times, Google will ignore a meta description that you provide to it anyway. Google basically has complete control over what they choose to display on the search engine result pages. But by putting your own meta description in there, you're giving yourself a very good chance that what you want to be shown to a potential customer will be there. And a lot of times I recommend in this case to put your phone number in that meta description, potentially your email or something like that, just a way for them to be able to contact you without even having to get to the page. But the big downside, like I said, is that they just grab something random. So if you'll scroll down here just a little bit, let's say that they, accidentally grabbed, right here, one of these testimonials right here. If you scroll up just a little bit more, or even something from there, let's say your meta description for your homepage was, I hope I'm not involved in another accident, at the bottom of that first one. Google can do crazy things where they just grab whatever they want, and it might not necessarily reflect what you want people to see on it. And so that's why you always should go ahead and do it. Is it really increases the odds of your click-through rate being greater by having more customization.
Okay. So what's the next kind of big principle in terms of doing SEO? Like what's the next low-hanging fruit people can look at?
Yeah, I mean, so there's quite a number of things. We talked already about the fact that you should only have one H1 on each page. We talked about the fact that you should have a meta description, right? Well, going a little bit deeper into that, there's actually a maximum length and a minimum length for these meta descriptions as well. And so you want to make sure that your meta description is not longer than 160 characters, because Google will chop off the end and put an ellipsis on it. And if it's too short as well, Google's less likely to show what you want them to show and more likely to just grab random code, random text from the page and display it. But the next thing I think is important to talk about has to do with, content volume, how fast that a website is putting content out compared to their competitors. And so here's what I mean by that. Google really cares about expertise, and they care that the people that they're showing at the top of Google search results are people that know what they're talking about. And a big part of that is putting information out there that's accurate. And so if you have, let's say 2 websites that are targeting the same keyword, and all of the details about these 2 websites are almost exactly the same, the one that's going to be putting out a blog every week instead of every month is in relatively short order going to outpace and outrank the one that is creating content at a slower pace. And so that's another thing that I think is worth mentioning. I think that most websites should be making at least 1, 2, 3, 4 blogs a month, if not more, if you're in a very competitive market, like you are, Matt. And so that's something worth looking at as well. And so you can go into the sitemap file of any website, and you can see in there when the last modification or when the last published date is for each page. And you can get a sense for how often they're publishing or even enhancing and rewriting pages. And you can use that to kind of judge if you're ahead or behind where your competition is.
So one of the things that I did is I made sure that, so if you registered for this event and you're not just like tuning in, like I emailed you a copy of your sitemap. So you can go to the sitemap that I sent you and look at that. But if you didn't get that, all you have to do is like plug in your website and then just type sitemap.xml, and then it'll bring up your directory of your sitemaps. So let's say I'm going to pull my post sitemap. And so what this is going to do is tell me, the number of pages that I've got, as well as, when they were last modified. But you don't actually, I don't think you have to do that. So we can go to, and I'll start with the AFJ firm, and I went on their blog. So here we've got articles posted, and when we go into them, let's see if we can find a date. So I don't see a date on that. Does that matter?
So no, it doesn't. A lot of times websites will hide the published date on a blog. So by default, if you have a WordPress site, WordPress is always going to show the original date that that a blog was published. But you can choose, to hide it with a very small amount of code. And a lot of times they'll do that, sort of thinking that they might be able to make Google think that maybe some information is more recent than it actually is. So a blog from 5 years ago, by not having a date, they think that they can trick Google into thinking that this, blog is more recent than it is. And if you take a look at this, actually, this is interesting. This is a broken sitemap.xml file here. So when you looked at yours on your website a minute ago, Matt, you saw links and real information. In this one, you can see that basically everything is missing right here. So there's something wrong with their sitemap, actually.
Yeah. Let's see if I can get to it a different way, maybe. Let's see. I'll try their post sitemap.
And while you're doing that, Matt, also to add on to the content creation portion, providing SEO value, I know we talk a lot about the cadence at which we post, but it's also what the content is specifically, whether it's common content, unique content, or duplicated content. And Google is smart enough to know, has somebody else on the internet had this content to their site or their blog, and have we already indexed it? And if they have, they're going to give that person the value. And if you are plagiarizing essentially, or trying to kind of go through backdoor of of getting some content on your site to provide value because you see another competitor is, they're going to know about it and you're going to be dinged for that. So I would say the quality of the content and the cadence of the content is going to be important.
All right, so I'm going to show you a page on my website. Let's see if there's easy way. So this is a article. Let me give you a better view, actually. Oop. So this is an article that I wrote for a magazine, and it was published in there, and then they also published it online. Can I get dinged because the website where this content was published as like news is much more authoritative and, you know, higher ranking SEO than I am, even though I'm the owner and author of this content?
So you can't get dinged per se in that you'll have negative consequences across your entire website, right? Like some sort of ripple effect. The worst that can happen in a situation like this is that this page itself will just simply fail to rank in Google. So typically, and I say typically because there are sometimes situations where this goes wrong, but typically the first time that a piece of content is published on the internet, that will be the one that gets the most traffic to the site, even if you published it on your little blog first and then CNN picked it up later. Google, generally will have your version rank well. However, there are definitely situations where this goes wrong. And for let's say that you wrote this blog and some guy from Russia decides to scrape your blog. I've seen situations where a clone, a stolen version of a blog ranks better than the original. And that right there is an interesting situation, kind of gets into, Digital Millennium Copyright Act, DMCA type stuff. But most of the time, yeah, it's that's not going to be an issue. You know what I mean? But there are certainly things that can go wrong.
Can I
Definitely.
just spin it through ChatGPT like this and get something that's a little more unique? Would that be a better? If I notice this page is not ranking,
Yeah.
because like it's a good article, I've just spent a lot of time and energy on it. Can I just have it? Would I be better off in the long run doing a modified version that maybe says the same things a different way?
I mean, so a lot of times, the advice that you would get is that's still kind of duplicate content, right? We're still sort of just spinning everything that's there. In reality, in the real world,
spinning, can you tell us what spinning is and whether it's good or bad?
so spinning generally is bad. What it is taking a paragraph or a sentence, so let's say, my name is Eric Warnke is the sentence, right? And somebody spins that around and says, Eric Warnke is my name, and sort of Yodaizes it, right? It's rewriting information again a second time. And Google is supposed to be smart enough to be able to detect when this is happening and honor the original right here and detect the spun version. It is definitely not smart enough to do that 100% of the time. And I see rewritten spun articles rank all the time. And so in the real world, I would say that, yes, that is worth trying, which is, taking something like ChatGPT or just rewriting an article yourself if it's been stolen or if it's been published somewhere else first. It works. And, I'm not gonna lie about it. It's definitely a tactic that can work for you.
Okay. I'm going to show you now another website with their blog. So this one is the Mark's Law Group, and they've got articles coming in. It looks like every week or two.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about what is a good cadence for blog articles. Like this is a week or two, and I'm going to compare this as well to Morgan and Morgan, and they're posting, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 a day. It looks like.
Yeah. I mean, scroll down a little bit more, if you will. Somewhere 12th. It definitely seems like they're doing quite a lot of them. And, sometimes I wanted to go a little further down. So sometimes, things will get caught in approval for a while. And all of a sudden you'll have 5, 6, 7, 8 blogs get all published on one day, right? Because they've been sitting in a pipeline waiting to get approved for a while. But generally what I do is I look at the keyword that we want this website to rank for, which in this case, let's say for the sake of argument, it's Florida personal injury lawyer, right? I would do that search in Google and I would see what websites are at the top there, look at their sitemap and their cadence and see what it is, and just make sure that we're ahead of the competition. To me, it's a competition based thing. Google doesn't have any guidelines that will say like, once a week is what we want. but they generally want you to be putting out more information than the other people that they are ranking already. So that's roughly how I gauge that.
Okay, so if I'm just looking here, like they're changing today, let's see. All right, so they're changing this, I mean, a lot each day. So they've modified 10 pages this day.
I see a lot of one thing I'll mention here is that most of these are /attorneys, right? And so it could be possible that they edited like the footer or the header of their website yesterday on the 19th, and that's why we're seeing so many hundreds of pages all that say they were changed on one day. You know what I mean? You can have
Could
like
be all new hires or something.
exactly.
Okay, so but if I'm trying to do a takeaway here of like how frequently I should be posting for a blog, like what's the good cadence for your average law firm?
Yeah, I mean, a good cadence for your average law firm, I would say, is once a week. If you can get to twice a week, you're doing awesome. You can get to every other day, every day. You know what I mean? That's when you can start dominating the huge markets like Los Angeles and New York. Those firms are having to do every day.
I got you. Okay, so then let's just pick one of these. I'm gonna go to Nick Schneider because he's very kind to let us do this here. So I'm gonna go this playground injury page, and let's kind of maybe dig into like this article itself.
Yeah.
Like if I'm writing these articles, what are kind of the core principles that I'm wanting to follow to make sure that I'm actually getting benefit from the work I'm putting in?
Yeah, I mean, so of course there's the raw fundamentals, right? Like the page title itself, the meta description, some of these things that we've already talked about. But I think the one thing that not enough content creators, enough SEO people do is really starting with competitive research. So in this case, there's a title for this blog right here, which is who's liable for a playground accident. What I would do is copy that title of this blog right here, search for it in Google, and see what's already at the top of Google for that keyword to get a sense if there's a certain trend, you know what I mean, that's being seen across all of these. If there are certain questions that are being asked in these over and over.
Number three, he's got an article that he published September 5th, so this month, and he's ranking for it. So
yeah, he's already like number 2 or number 3, you know what I mean? And so that says to me, when you see something in position 3 after just, how long's it been, 2 weeks or something like that, that there's a need for this, that Google's looking for fresh information about this, and there's not enough information going on about there. So I don't know how many clicks that's getting, but the rankings for that in such a short amount of time are good. And so there's a lot of things that are going right for this blog. Just really quickly, he's got a featured image at the top right there, right, with his branding on it. At the bottom right there, you can see his logo in that image right there. So he's got a custom image. He's also, of course, got a lot of bullet points. If you scroll down through this right here.
Let's see. So these are
proving liability. So Google wants to see, in pages, different kinds of stuff besides just raw text. So they want bullet lists, they want subheadings, they want pictures, and they want, things like this, steps to take, like kind of concrete action. These kinds of things, having more than just text and having, more than just 4, 5, 6 paragraphs right here. At a quick glance, you can tell that some effort went into this blog. You know what I mean? And I haven't read through it right there to gauge it for accuracy, legal accuracy, but we're going to assume that it is all completely accurate and in up to date with the law right here, right? But this is generally the level of effort that you want to put in there, which is getting to the point of the question, having some rich media in there, for example, pictures, bullet points, even a video if you can do it. All that stuff right there is great right here, and so that's I give this basically a thumbs up for this one blog.
Can you tell me how to pull up the alt text for an image?
Sure, I can. Yeah, take a right click on that image right there.
Okay.
And you should get an option that says like inspect or something like that. Are you on Chrome? There it is. And it's a little small for me to see right here, but that highlighted text right there, you can see, actually, I see it now. It says title equals Schneider playground accident. And then to the right of that, it says alt equals nothing.
Okay. So So tell me about the importance of alt tags and what is an alt tag? Why are they important? How can I check on my blog if I've got them?
Yeah, I mean, every image on a website should have an alternate attribute. And what an alternate attribute is basically a little bit of text inside the code of that image that allows people that are blind or have visual disabilities that use this software called screen readers to be able to tell you actually what's going on in the picture. And so Google cares a lot about making the internet accessible to everyone. And when your website makes efforts to try to make the experience for people that are blind or have other kinds of handicaps and things like that, they give you basically a free boost in the search rankings. And it's definitely an SEO problem if you don't have alternate attributes. But generally, it's supposed to describe in real language what's happening in a picture for people that are blind. So this picture right in front of us, right? What would my alternate attribute be? It would be foreground of a swing on a playground with kids playing on other swings in a blurry background. It's but that's exactly what's going on in that picture, and so
I
that's
would have used Nick Snyder goes wild on playground, leaves empty swings.
yeah, but you can't do it. I mean, so that's sort of
So
like I
like,
said,
is there anything wrong is there anything wrong with me making my alt text on this image? I am the greatest lawyer alive. And if you don't hire me, I'm going to, come to your house. And also I'm number one A+ lawyer, best near me. Like, is there any reason to not do that?
So I would say that the answer to that is like there is a reason to not do that, which is that you want the user experience to be good for these people that have visual impairments, and it's a slightly less
What if I
like
don't care about those
experience.
people and I'm just trying to get my website to rank better? And I just think this is an opportunity to pack in good keywords in a way that is not really going to affect the usability of my site for your normal user.
Yeah.
Um, like,
I mean, so I'll give you the real answer, which is that you can do that. Google really checks to see that the alternate attribute is there, and they do use the words that you put in that alternate attribute as part of the ranking factor for the site, but it's very, very, very small. It's a small ranking factor, and so you're gonna get away with doing that. But like I said, it's not the greatest experience for the person that is blind. But if you don't care about them, you can get away with it. It might gain Google a little bit.
well, it's got to be better than what I'm doing on my bio here, which, by the way, OmniZen is not responsible for this part of my website. My alt tag is city skyline, and it's a picture of me.
Is
Yikes.
that like what the background is or something like that?
Oh, it's a home banner. That's what it is. Let me pull me myself. Let's see.
Yeah, I'd like to look at just the isolated picture.
Well, I don't know how to do that. There I am. Matt Weatherington.
Go ahead and right click that image URL.
I did. Inspect.
Like in the
There.
actual thing there itself, yeah.
I have nothing. I have no alt tag or anything on that.
On that one, yeah, there's nothing. But
So what I need to do is after this, is I need to go in there and say like greatest lawyer in Atlanta will beat up your lawyer if you try to hire someone else.
I would
So
go with Matt Q, Weatherington, founding partner attorney of the Weatherington law firm in Atlanta, a personal injury law firm. I would do something like that.
okay, fine.
You know what I mean? It's about striking a balance, but you should definitely have one there. It definitely should contain the keywords that you want to rank for and describe what's happening in the image, ideally, right?
All right. So let's now talk about, and I'll pull up this page here. So I'm going to try and load this one again, which I will also talk about this right here. So when I go to a website, sometimes I'll see this warning. What is this? Are they going to steal all my information?
Well, they're not going to steal all your information immediately, but from coming to the website itself. However, if you fill out a contact form on that website and you hit the submit button at the bottom of it, that information could be stolen. And so really that's what this message is talking about. So HTTPS comes from this thing called a SSL certificate, which is a secure socket layer. And basically it is something that makes it more difficult for hackers to be able to intercept the communications that you put in contact forms and other types of, communication relays like chats, for example, on websites. And so if you come up with a website that does not have an HTTPS in it, or it has that little red X through the padlock right there indicating that it's broken, it's not inherently dangerous to visit that website, but it is inherently dangerous to submit information through that website. So if you click continue to the HTTP site, you'll just reach it. It'll look normal, but I wouldn't fill out the contact form on this one.
Well, but now it says connection secure.
So take a look at this. If you hit the back button for me. So this is the HTTPS www version of the website. Go back for me, if you will, to the version that was
I
broken.
don't think it'll let me. Let's try. I'll try reloading it entirely. Yeah, it's not. It's redirecting me now.
Try an incognito window if you can.
Let's see.
I don't know if it'll show it on the screen share, but delete the
redirected again.
HTTP. It did? Okay. I wanted you to try it with deleting the HTTP and the www at the beginning of the URL, and just start with just the family law Vancouver part of it. So in other words, just start just like that in a
Redirecting again. So
Yeah.
So what this looks to me like is that there's redirects on pages. And
Yeah.
the idea is that you always want to be able to be pushing your website to HTTPS, which is the secure version where your users don't get those warnings. And so the idea is like, this appears to be, I don't know if I've just cached the website or not. But what can happen is when people go to, for example, just to wfirm.com, if I don't have that redirect in place, they're going to get that security warning. And a lot of times they're just not even going to go to your website. And so this is something that is extremely easy to fix. And it's something that takes less than 5 minutes for any website company. And most website service providers are going to have this built in automatically. So what is the test that people can use to figure out if like they've got this kind of problem?
Yeah, so I'll add one other thing to that. So there's two things that are going on in this specific example that we're looking at. The first is the HTTPS at the beginning, and the second was that www part in there. So there's two things that are happening even before we load the domain name itself. So the HTTPS is what we call the protocol, right? And the www part is what we call the subdomain. In this case, on this specific website, the www part is the non-www one is the one that doesn't have the SSL certificate, and the www version one does. And so you actually need to get what's called a wildcard SSL certificate that can handle all of your different subdomains. And so in this case, on this guy's website, Gary Vlug, he uses www in his domain, right? And so he has the SSL on the www version of his site. However, on the non-www version, which would just be HTTPS, without it there, that's where we were seeing that broken warning earlier there. So that's another thing I wanted to mention. But yeah, to answer your question, here's what you do. Open an incognito tab, so something that doesn't have any cookies or any history associated with it at all. Paste in the URL and then delete the HTTP S part, so that it's just the www, press enter, see if it works. Do it again a second time with a new incognito window, get rid of the www so that it's just HTTPS, whatever.com, and then press enter and check if it works. You actually need to check both versions to be able to see if it works or if it's broken. But that's the fastest way to check it.
So on Nick Schneider's website as well as the AFJ firm, like both of those seem to be redirecting properly.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if we have another example here to work with. All right, so then let's now talk about like the links on the website themselves, like inbound linking, and I'll go to my page for this. So like on our like auto accident page, what I've got is like a directory, I call it, of like moving violations, and then each of these will go to a different article about whatever this issue is. But I've also got outbound links, and sometimes those outbound links, like other services, like they just change their web page and they get they go to like a 404 page or an error page. Like, can that hurt me, and how can I find those instances?
So the answer to that is yes. So Google wants the information that your website gets out there to be up to date and to be accurate. And when you're putting a link to another website on your site, you're essentially in a way vouching for that site and saying, hey, I'm a lawyer and I trust this URL, right? And so when that URL gets deleted, it sort of creates this gap in trust in a certain way. And so if you get enough of these 404s, it actually can start to really affect you pretty negatively as well. But yeah, so it's important to make sure that your external links and your internal links are free of any broken links whatsoever. Everything going out and everything going in should resolve to a 200 status, OK status page that just loads normally. There are numerous ways that you can check for these 404 errors. There's tools like SEMrush, there's tools like Ahrefs, but the tool that I prefer the most for checking that is a tool called Screaming Frog. And so it's a company from England that makes this. It's screamingfrog.co.uk. The tool is free if your website has less than 500 pages on it. They do charge a small yearly fee that I forget what it is for the Screaming Frog tool. Yeah, here it is. If you have a website with more than 500 pages on it. But if you're just checking, for example, the homepage, you have a smaller site, you could do this and it will spit out for you exactly how many broken links that you have from it. So I love Screaming Frog. It's a great tool. And if you have less than 500 pages on your site, it's perfect for this kind of thing. If you have
Where do
something
I?
bigger than that,
So I need to log in first.
let's see. I can't remember, but I think it's a screenfrog.co.uk/download, I believe is what it is, that you might not have to log in.
Let's check this. Yeah, it does look like I need to download an app here. So here's the tool. I'm not going to do that right now, but it's the SEO Spider tool.
That's right. The download button.
Since it'll find links. So I'm going to show you the ones that pop up on Ahrefs because I've been talking good about that today. So like, for example, it found one on my car accident lawyer page to Business Times Now. So like, let's see. What's my link here? So if I were to go to, actually, this is a 301 redirect. Let's see. So can you tell me the difference between a 404 and a 301 and a 402?
Yeah, of course.
Sorry.
So all these are what are called status codes, and those come from servers, basically. And so a typical page, on a website that is just okay, like a normal page, has what's called a 200 status. 300 statuses are when pages have changed their URL. So let's say I had, wfirm.com/contact. And at some point I decided to rename it wfirm.com/contact us.
I'm on
Right?
the wrong, by the way. Internal. I need broken links on internal. Let's see.
Yeah, while you get there, I'll just explain this real quick. But yeah, 301 status is a page that has changed its URL forever. A 302 status is one that's temporarily changed it. So let's say maybe your homepage is down for maintenance or something. You might want a 302 redirect all the pages of your website to maintenance being worked on right now temporarily. But a 400 is when things are actually broken. So a 400 status is actually a 404 status is when you go to a page that used to exist but no longer exists and has not been 301 redirected anywhere else. You'll just hit something that says, not found, right? But 402 is a status that means payment required. And so basically, whenever there's like a micro payment system or like some kind of gated content that you need to be able to reach, if you can't get to it currently with the access that you have, your server will spit out a 402 error. And so that's what that is. That's the difference between the 404 and the 402.
Got it. All right. So this is now my broken links on my website. So it says that I've got 6, which I think is probably okay. That doesn't sound like much. But it does show that there are instances where I'm linked, for example, to Georgia Highway Safety that's apparently changed their webpage or gone down. I've got some NHTSA links that are broken, as well as the Consumer Product Safety Commission links that are broken. Let's pull in, let's see, do the whole domain with all. There we go. So let's check this. So they're doing better. The AJF law firm is doing better than me. They've got no broken links. Let's check Snyder.
Now, I did see that you had /blog in the last URL there. You might
I
want
did
to.
all subdomains.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Let's see. Does Snyder have none? Snyder has none. Come on. Let's see if Morgan and Morgan has some. Surely. I mean, they got hundreds of thousands a page. Yeah, 83.
There's a lot.
So let's say, for example, that I wanted to be malicious. Like, is there anything stopping me from, for example, purchasing, if one of these domains was available for sale now, purchasing that website and then linking it to my website so that now a high-ranking website like Morgan and Morgan is now linking to my website to pick up a backlink.
Yeah, that's a very common SEO strategy, actually, which is buying expired domain names, that had good links coming from them, and then just basically recreating the website and putting the articles back that used to be up there like it's the old version of the site. That's a very common strategy. And a lot of times that can be pretty good too, because you can continue to make new articles on there, that give you more backlinks and everything. You have kind of more control over it. But the downside to it is you're spending money, right? Because you have to buy that domain name. Now you've got to pay for hosting, right? You've got to pay for the renewals every year, and so you are getting yourself like backlinks by doing that, But is it worth the shake? You know what I mean? And you kind of need to analyze each of those individually, like check what the domain rating is, the individual page rankings and stuff like that, to be able to get a sense for whether it's worth it or not. It definitely is effective, but if the site had maybe 50, 60, 70 domain rating before it went down, I'd say that's might be worth it.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about page speed, and I'm going to go to page speed. If you just type in Google page speed Google, it'll take you to a variety of sources, but like Google itself has one, and I'll pull that one up where you can check the speed of your website. So I'm at Page Speed Insights,
Yeah,
and
page
running
speed.
the analysis of like my website. Like, what this looks like a lot of like technical stuff. Like, what do I actually care about? How do I know if like my website's good or not?
Yeah, I mean, so one of the major things really is, like so many other things, is comparing yourself to the competition. So, roughly, if you'll scroll down just a little bit for me, the thing I care the most about is the thing at the bottom left, underneath that score that says speed index. Generally speaking, that's how fast the site loads before you can start actually doing stuff, and all the stuff is fully loaded, at least above the fold. And 1.6 is very good, and a 98 performance score on mobile, is quite good. I'd like if you could click on desktop up there as well. You'll notice they separate desktop versus mobile, and you can see that this is even faster. It's 1 second faster, so half of a second to load the desktop version, 1.5 seconds to load mobile. Very common, by the way, to have the mobile version of a website load slower. But generally speaking, what you want to do is you want to check the people that are ranking at the top of Google for the keywords that you want to rank for, and to see what they're doing and make sure that you are faster than them. Roughly speaking, 2.5 seconds is what I want to be faster than. Between 2.5 and 3 is like, okay, you know what I mean? I love it, but it's slower than 3 seconds, and that's unacceptable to me.
I do also want to make it known too, because I use this quite often when I'm speaking to potential clients, that sometimes I get a little pushback of, hey, well, when I go to my website, it loads really quickly. So I don't know why you're saying it's taking longer than 3 seconds. For people that aren't tech savvy, it may seem a little obvious. If you are, you probably have visited your website several times, maybe even that day. So it is cached in your search history. So it is going to load quickly. That's not going to be a fair assessment. This is for somebody that has never been to your website before. This is their first time they're visiting your site.
And I'll also add that I personally think this is one of the most important attributes, and that is because people will leave your site if you click on it, because they're going to load a couple. They're going to click on the first couple of results. If your page is not there, they're gone. And like, that's just the truth of the world. Like, no matter how good your website is, when people get there, they're not going to stick around. So this is Mark's Law Group. this to me is pretty good. Obviously, it could be faster. Um,
Right on the fence, right there, of where I'd want to start doing something about it right at 3
desktop,
seconds.
this, however, I don't think is good. Like I think that the desktop, like he's got 100% best practices, 92 on SEO, but the actually speed's okay as well on that. Why does he have an 88 if he's got such a fast load?
Yeah, so if you scroll down a little bit, they'll start to identify some in this area here called diagnostics, some of like the specific things that they don't like. So what do they say? Image elements do not have an explicit width and height. Yeah, so a lot of times Google will want you to say inside your image code what the height and width is, so that they aren't being, like resizing on
So
the
I just put
fly.
gigantic on mine. Is that a good practice? Like I just say like when it says size equal and I say gigantic because I want people to know like big verdicts, big photos. Does that get me where I want to be?
Nah, it's got to be a specific size. So like exactly 1,000 pixels or exactly 500. It seems like, just looking at this at first glance, that's the biggest problem that Google has. And so if we were to go and add those height and width elements in here, I'm sure we could get that 88 into 95 or higher, no problem, in just a few minutes.
So let's take
Matt, also going back to your point of the load speed and people dropping off, Google's metric of 2.5 seconds, they have that for a reason, because they have said that after about 3 seconds, 50% of people drop off of your site. So basically they just never visit and they go elsewhere. So by choosing to not pay attention to this, you're neglecting about 50% of the traffic that could possibly be trying to reach your website.
Yeah,
so
very,
one
very much so. And I want to just mention one other thing really quick. A couple of years ago, there was a fad, which was a different type of mobile site. And so it would basically make the site load like crazy fast without having any kind of CSS, like lightning pages. And those right there,
lazy loading.
yeah.
Okay.
So that's another thing that I don't think is worth doing, by the way, is like having, those kind of like lightning pages or whatever, but instead just, optimizing your site properly so that everything loads quickly. You could see here a score 70. Let's scroll down here and see some of these specific issues. So they've got render blocking resources. So yeah, let's talk about this for a quick second. So the way that most websites work is that they will load like your CSS and your JavaScript files first before they start loading the visual parts of your website. And really, they'll do it in the order that you have, the things laid out. So if you have all your scripts and your header right, and then in the actual body, you have your main content and images and stuff like that, it will slow the site down dramatically to do it that way. And so there are things that you can do to improve that first issue right there, the render blocking, which is having your JavaScript and CSS load at the same time as your visual parts. They call that asynchronous loading. You can even add a tag, which is called a defer tag, to where you can tell the website to load those scripts after the visual part of the site, which in 99% of the time will solve the problem of speed. So there's a lot of things that you can do about these problems, though.
All right, that sounds like a lot of over my head stuff. Is this something that I should be jumping into on my website trying to change, or is this a situation where I look at this as potentially a a, a telltale sign of whether my SEO company or my website design like team is doing a good job?
I think it is a pretty strong indication of if your team is doing a good job, right? But there's two aspects at play here, right? There's sort of the SEO aspect, and then there's the development aspect of it, right? And a developer, you know what I mean, needs to be able to work well with an SEO if they're not the same person. And it's very common with a lot of agencies to have a development team and an SEO team, and for them to collaborate on them. And if that doesn't happen, you know what I mean? If there are not great practices among that development team, then your SEO person, isn't going to be able to do very much. You know what I mean? If they're sort of tied, at the risks because of the limitations of their developers. So if you do have a situation like this, it's and your site is doing bad that was designed by a company, it's on them to make sure that their site is loading in that 2.5 seconds or less. And I feel that really every website on the internet should be loading in 2.5 seconds or less. industry standard at this point. And if you are above that, then something is wrong, and it could be that your agency or the person that designed your website isn't very knowledgeable about SEO best practices.
So what would you say, and this is one of the things that I thought was interesting. So Google itself used to say, and this is kind of like Google used to say that like page speed is like one of the very few things that they affirmatively say like is a ranking factor.
Yeah.
And so sometimes what I'll hear SEO companies say is that, well, no, that's not a factor anymore. So we want to we don't really emphasize that. Can you talk about what it means that Google doesn't make this as a quote ranking factor and why it's still important to have that page speed, aside from the fact that people are going to leave your website from just a pure SEO standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, so this gets a little bit into sort of crystal ball gazing a little bit. Google doesn't actually really reveal ever, I should say rarely, what the true ranking factors are that impact their search engine. However, like you said, speed is one of the ones that was definitively stated all the way actually back in April of 2010 is when they stated that officially this is a true algorithm, a part of our algorithm. And so I personally believe that it is still a ranking factor. And they even said in 2018 as well that it's a ranking factor for mobile. And so it's confirmed, you know what I mean? Anybody that says that speed is not a verified ranking factor or that it has been removed as some kind of verified ranking factor is misinformed. It's 100% a factor.
I got you. All right. So I want to kind of bring this home in terms of like if someone's trying to figure out like number one, like why is your website not working or why are you not getting the results that you want? Or like, is the company that I hired doing a good job? Like, is it fair to say that like you can go and look at, for example, the layout of your H tags in your homepage, the page speed, run that ranking, make sure that like you're getting a blog post every so often, whatever you've agreed to, and that your page doesn't have broken links all over it as a very basic benchmark of like if you're not doing those things, you should fire that company. I mean, is that a fair statement or not?
To me, I think it is a fair statement, right? So we could take any of those things that you just mentioned to me in isolation, and we could say, okay, maybe on this one page on my website, right, they missed an alternate attribute on this one picture or whatever, right? Cool. Obviously, that can happen, right? But if you have all 10 of these things that we've been talking about today, right, and it's happening on all images or all pages on the site, right? Then you could kind of just be determined that they're not putting forth enough effort to be able to handle the foundational stuff. Maybe they've got kind of dangly key symptom, right, where they're going after the next exciting thing and ignoring the raw fundamentals of what actually makes a site rank well on Google. But if your website is striking out and none of these things are being done, or even half of these things aren't being done, it's an extremely bad sign, very bad sign.
Yeah. I mean, and I think I want to emphasize in isolation, I think as we saw, like these are very good websites that we're looking at where people clearly put effort into it. Like in isolation, none of these are going to be like, oh, this company is not someone for me. But when you're seeing multiple instances of baseline things that are done wrong, I do think that it's time to start, taking a second look at where you are. Do you guys have
100%.
anything else to add as kind of your final statements here?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of these things, that we can talk about, and a couple other ones that I would just wanted to mention that I think is a very strong indicator is the mobile experience. So whenever you're looking at your website, literally take your cell phone, pull it up on there, and see what it's like to go around to different pages, to open up the menu, to click on the chat, to click on the phone number and dial it, and make sure that this experience is at least as enjoyable as maybe like the Facebook app or Instagram. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be a horrible experience trying to be able to find information on your website or being able to figure out like how to be able to contact them or making sure that these things actually work as expected. So that's another important one as well, just making sure that the mobile experience is strong, because Google actually indexes mobile sites first before the desktop version. And so it's more important now that the mobile experience is good. That's another thing that's worth mentioning, is sometimes that experience between being on a desktop and versus being on a phone on a website can be dramatic. And SEO companies nowadays should be thinking mobile first as well. But really, you can take these things right there and look at them, and if more than half of them are not being done, and you've had them, as your SEO company for 6 months, a year, 2 years, 5 years, you know what I mean? You could be pretty sure that either they're not doing their job or they don't understand the fundamentals of it well. And somebody that does understand those fundamentals could make those changes for you relatively quickly, and you would do better and get more business out of Google for it. And so all this to say, yeah, you can take a number of these things in isolation and be able to get a sense for if the company really knows their stuff or not.
Well, what if my website looks like this? Is this good? I mean, because like I feel like it's always Christmas.
It's a Black Friday sale.
What's their H1? Just curious, Matt.
That's a good question. Let's look. It also has a banner. It says 100% risk-free. Like, they're doing good. They don't have one. They don't have one.
And let's take a look at this description too. L Bill, LATV, LATV.
Let's check out Yale Art Schools. This is great. These are great. Let's check out This is Yale Art School's website. Let's check theirs.
Are they doing like a 90s?
Pretty happy.
It's like a 90s retro intentional throwback, I'd say, right?
That's got to be clip art 94.
Are we taking bets on whether this is like perfectly laid out or not?
I bet it's made out of tables and everything too. Back in the day, you used to make websites all in tables. You know what I mean? The whole thing would just be endless series of tables.
Look at that! This thing is perfect.
H1, H4, H2, H3. I mean, you could, it's not optimized.
It could be optimized, but like this is not bad. Like this is like they're doing, like, obviously this is intentional. But so if your website looks like this though, like maybe, I don't know, get someone else. All right.
I'd be curious to see what this one looks like on mobile as well.
All right, Garrett, I'm going to give you the last word because you've been the most patient and quiet here.
You know what? Hey, I just wanted to say I always come away learning something new when we get the band together like this. And I just want to echo Eric's sentiments. In isolation, any one of these things not having been done, not that big of an issue. But looking at a bird's eye view, if you are seeing consistently that some of these marks aren't being met, then yes, it is certainly time to get out there and explore your other options. And I just want to thank you again, Matt, for the opportunity of having us join today and be another voice on this platform and just act as another resource for your peers. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. All right, so let's get back into.
So do you want me to talk about the two kinds of SEOs?
Yes.
This is my philosophy. There are two kinds of SEOs. There are the guys, and it's mostly guys, who can sell really well, and they will close you, and they will get that contract. And there are the guys, and again, it's mostly guys, who actually can do the SEO really well. And they're very rarely the same person. The most brilliant SEOs I know, the smartest people in the industry, the ones that are coming up with very creative ideas, they're terrible at business. So you have the two kinds of agencies, and depending on what you're looking for, whether you're looking for the pretty reports or you're looking for the actual results on a budget, that depends who you want to go with.
That's all right. So for those of you catching up, so we're just jumping right into the roundtable, and Victoria just immediately was just like going to task, and so we're just going to start rolling here. So I'll go around and introduce everyone, and first I'll tell you that I asked everyone to be here. There are no sponsorships. No one is like paid to be here or even asked to be here. And in fact, Tanner, I think, doesn't want to be here. And I wrote him. I basically begged him to come in. And Corey, I think, is probably surprised. I was like at the last second, like, please, for the love of God, come in here, because I think everyone here, I think, has a lot to offer and a perspective, particularly when it relates to AI and building websites the right way and maintaining them the right way. I don't mean these as endorsements, but I don't know how you could take it any other way. I think these are very good companies that do a very good job. And so I'll kind of go around and let each of you introduce yourself, starting with Victoria. Tell us fairly briefly, because we don't have a ton of time, like what your company is, how you fit into the legal space, and kind of what your ideal like law firm client looks like if someone's watching and thinking like, who's the right fit for me?
So we tend to work with small firms, 1 to 10 partners. We focus on delivering the most bang for the buck. You get content, you get press releases, you get everything you need. I don't like to nickel and dime my clients. And the idea is that we get your results quick. We also don't have contracts. We don't have commitments because I've never needed them. I don't generally have clients leave. So we're kind of the small, agency that really goes after results.
I love it. And Eric, who everyone I think met a little bit earlier as well, I'll let you introduce yourself. Or better yet, I'll let Michael, because Michael is the kind of the I guess we'll call it more of the spokesman guy for Omniscient. Do you want to take this one?
Yeah, I'm the spokesman. Yeah, so I've been with Omniscient for now a little bit, a year or so, give or take. I've been in digital marketing for 12 plus years, specifically in the legal background for 8 years. And Omniscient, just like Victoria mentioned, we do help small to mid-sized businesses, typically 1 to 10 partners or 1 to 10 attorneys. We love working in the legal space. That's the only space we work in. We don't cross over to other verticals. And our founder and CEO, Fred Cohen, was actually an attorney himself. He's retired now. He's not a practicing attorney, but we do have a legal background, and it starts at the top.
Excellent. All right, Tanner, you're up.
Great. Matt, thank you for the opportunity. And I'm very happy to join this and definitely have some incredible guests here too. So I'm honored to be part of the mix. I'm with ConsultWebs. I've been with ConsultWebs for going on 15 years, but ConsultWebs has been around since 1999, so 23 years plus in the industry, and we've been exclusively focused on law firms. Personal injury, that's really our wheelhouse. That's where 85-90% of our clientele sit, and certainly like the others, smaller to mid-sized law firms, that is our wheelhouse. We have over 130 people within ConsultWebs, and we've grown very organically through serving clients around the focus of accountability of data and results, period. Metrics are important, but there are a lot of vanity metrics out there. So we focus on cost per lead and cost per client acquisition, and we hang our hat on that just to make sure that if it's clear whether you're getting results or not.
I like it. Corey, you're up, man.
All right. Thanks, Matt. Despite the short notice, I'm thrilled to be here and really enjoy talking with you and your audience. And I echo Tanner's sentiments. This is a killer panel. I'm one of the co-founders of Clixy. We've been in the injury law space since 2012, and I suppose we also would throw our hat in the ring and say that we're here to get results, and that's what we pride ourselves on, is genuine revenue producing results and not reporting on fluffy vanity metrics. But I would also probably throw into that some other qualifiers that I think we've really prided ourselves on the longevity of a lot of our retainers. Like, we've had clients, our very first client, Richard Harris out of Las Vegas, is still a client to this day, since 2012. And so, like, we focus on high touch accountability, reporting genuine metrics, and how does it actually affect bottom line. And we're also known, I think, for staying at the forefront of emerging trends. So I think that's really appropriate to kind of talk about AI, because that's one of those where I think we thrive.
So here's what this is what we're here for. Like, we want to know your AI secrets. Because like everyone is hearing about AI content. They're hearing about, using GPT to make blog articles, using AI to do all of this kind of stuff. And I think that the true answer is that there is a whole lot of BS, and then there's a whole lot of utility. And I suspect that the utility is the stuff that you really don't even see. And that the stuff that we do see is probably the things that are still human touch. So I'll kind of open it up to whoever wants to jump in first, but just big picture, like, what are you seeing out there that's actually good? And then we'll talk about the bad.
right?
I'm taking Victoria because she's smiling.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Needs to be the first to go. All right. Okay. So AI hallucinates, and that's the most important thing for lawyers to know. It will make up cases. It will use their own state in the law. So it'll take a case from New Jersey and it'll apply it in Oklahoma. You have to be very careful if you're using AI to create content. You have to check every single word, you have to check every single fact, and you have to check every single case. In fact, recently we came across a mention of I think it was second-degree homicide in New Jersey, which doesn't exist in New Jersey, on a major legal website, big one. So not everybody's checking, clearly. So it's a charge that completely doesn't exist in the state. So you have to be very careful as an attorney. Now, if you're going to use it to create content, which you can, which we do, what you want to do is you want to guide AI. It's a tool. It's not a magic machine. You can't just snap your fingers and get what you want. You have to create prompts that are going to utilize the information you give it and make an article from that information.
Are you talking specifically about GPT though? When we're talking about prompting, like it sounds like what you're talking about is like generative AI tools is what you're talking about. Is that right?
Yeah, so I'm talking about GPT. Actually, what I would recommend rather than GPT, because the quality of GPT has declined significantly over the past several months, because it's getting bad data in, so it's giving bad data out. So we are seeing a huge decline in the quality of articles. What I would recommend would be Poe. I believe it's Poe.co. It runs on GPT, but it doesn't have the same bad data being fed into it. So the quality of what you will get is actually better. It's same bit of software, but it's slightly being used slightly differently.
All right,
So we're
Corey.
getting much better results.
Corey, what do you think about this? Like, tell us about what you're seeing out there and what the good first, and we'll get into the bad. And you're muted. I'll get you.
Damn
There
it.
you go.
Sorry. I think that your initial statement is spot on, and that is that the obvious use cases are usually the least interesting and tend to be where a lot of the charlatans rush in because they see dollar signs, right? And so I think this whole fervor over being able to 10x or 100x your content output is greatly overestimated or overvalued. I think, and especially because, well, I'm kind of going down the negative route. So where I think that it's ideally used is for analysis and for deeper insight, right? So, and I'll give you an example of that. Say, for example, rather than saying, write me a car accident page, if instead you were to give it your existing car accident page and say, what's missing? What are some topical opportunities that I don't see? Help me break this down. Are there any logical inconsistencies? And I've got a really killer prompt that I can share with your audience that helps with doing sort of a heuristic process to arrive at an ideal prompt.
So what you're talking about is the recursiveness. So when we talked about this a little bit earlier, and that is where you start with your big picture prompt and you say, I'm going to talk about this topic and I want you to give me an outline for this topic. And then I want you to take that part of that outline and I want you to break it down further. And then we're going to keep breaking down to whatever you're satisfied with until eventually you're like, okay, now I'm just basically playing Mad Lib because like the article is done because of the iterative process that I've gone down. Is that what that sounds like? That's what you're talking about as well.
Yeah, that's one way. And then I also think too that the behind the scenes use that you talk about, where you don't really see it a lot, is gathering large data sets and then analyzing trends and figuring out like what's actually being done. I've always kind of been critical of a lot of the SEO industry, especially in like the make money niche, They tend to focus on what I call outside in SEO. So they'll go get their tools that analyze their competitors, and they say, well, how many words did he write? So, oh, he has 10,000 words. I'm going to write 20,000 words. And, he has 50 backlinks. I'm going to get 60. And I just think that's kind of a hacky way to go about it. And so using AI to discover more of the depth of what not only what is a competitor doing, but how is the algorithm actually responding to those things, I think is a really elegant use case.
So are you using, so first of all, Tanner, I want you to kind of weigh in on kind of what you're seeing out there.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree fully. The analysis piece is where we believe it's going to be and is most effective in the moment. I mean, really, the reality is that everyone represented here have had established agencies. They've gotten results for their clients, and so naturally they've been leaning on their own processes. And I believe processes first, what you've established as things that actually produce results, leveraging the technology to build efficiencies in what you have already, that's where the real value is. There has been a lot of just media trash just pushed out there, and a lot of ideas of creative ways to leverage this outside the norm, but in the end, it's what we've been doing has been working. So now the question is how do we continue to build efficiencies in there for our clients in order to stay ahead, remain competitive, and what can we do operationally to continue to manage our own businesses effectively? But specifically content analysis, finding gaps, pulling all of your top ranking competitors, feeding it in there, putting in your content, identifying, asking it to identify gaps of content of value, doing the same thing with title tags of top ranking sites, comparing it to low ranking sites and identifying what are the differentiating factors. These are all things that will lead SEOs and content writers alike in making sure that they're continuing to build content of value. And that's really what Google's after. So if you can maintain those processes but find efficiencies using AI, that's the key benefit that we're seeing.
So can I give you kind of a low-hanging fruit example? So let's say, for example, that I pull my sitemap and I bring in every page, and I can then pull the meta description for each of my pages, and I can pull in like the headers or whatever as well. And I were to find pages on my website that didn't have meta descriptions. Could I then use AI to just come up with some placeholder meta descriptions or even permanent ones to fill those gaps on my page of just kind of a technical SEO error right away?
You really shouldn't. You could, but you should not.
So tell me why not.
I mean, are we using different chat GPTs, you guys? Like, I don't know what you guys are using. Maybe using something completely different. The data it gives you is terrible. It gives you really, really bad stuff. You should not use it unedited ever. It's
That's fair.
bad.
So let's say that I bring in my pages and I pull my meta. And let's see if I can bring up an example here. So let's.
What you could do is give it your top 10 competitors and then ask it to create a meta description based on those top 10 competitors. If you were to do it that way, you would still have to edit it because I can guarantee it's going to be bad, but it's going to be less bad than if you just say, hey, here's a page, write a meta description.
And that's why the prompts, Victoria is spot on. The prompts are everything in that respect, and making
But remember,
sure
it doesn't scrape. So ChatGPT is not going to scrape for you. So you have to either use GPT for Sheets with some API, or GPT for Docs, or So if we're talking with attorneys, I'm assuming they're not using these complex APIs to get these data sets. I'm assuming their use case is to actually go to ChatGPT. So it becomes much more complex, to do it by hand.
I think that's right. All right, here we go. So I'm going to pull in a GPT created article. So I'll pull this guy in. Let's take a look at it here. So I can get it in text format just so it's easier for people to read.
When did you create, by the way?
When? Like just now when we were talking.
Okay. Want to make sure it's not months ago because you're going to get very different results.
Let's see if I can spot like this. So what I did is I asked it to, and this might be hard to read. How can I make this bigger? There we go. So I just said how to prevail in a disputed car accident case in Georgia. And so what I did is asked it to give me an article that was 500 words, a set of FAQs, a short description, an excerpt, and a meta. So this is kind of what it comes back with. I'll give you guys a second. So talk to me about.
So one of the problems you're going to have if you ask it to create you a longer article on 500 words, right? It's not going to create anything longer. I can't read this quick. I mean, it looks general and probably correct, but is it going to stand out from hundreds of your competitors who are using the exact same process? And why would Google rank your article as opposed to one of the hundreds of others that are using the same process?
So that's the question, though, is like, so what is it that you can do to use GPT to stand out, and how, like, you've nailed the question. Like, when everyone's special, no one's special. So how can we use tools to become special?
So you would have to prompt it part by part. You as a lawyer, you would have, ideas on how to actually proceed with this article. So, if we're talking about a bed sores case, right? We're going to talk about the kind of bed sores, how bed sores occur, the environments bed sores occur in. And so you have to prompt it, give me an example of environments bed sores occur in, and describe, add it into an article, or rather write it in a form that you would use on a lawyer's website. And then it would give you the text, and you still have to edit it. It's just a tool to make it faster. Like Tanner said, you have to have a working process to use this. It's not actually going to be magical. You have to have a working process, and then you can use it to make that work faster.
Excellent. So
does that make sense?
Eric, I'd like to hear what your thoughts are on this.
Yeah, so I want to give a very specific example of something here that we can look at that's concrete. I wrote an article for an attorney in Los Angeles that has to do with crib recalls. So if you do a search for the word crib recalls, I think we're number 6 right now. When we first launched this article, maybe we were like number 2 or 3 or something. We've got down a little bit. But in a couple of months since I've launched this ChatGPT assisted written article about crib recalls, he's gotten like over 1 million impressions and something like 50,000 clicks or whatever to this page. It's been a big monster hit for this new page that we made for him. But what specifically do I think made this crib recall page do well? If you search for JNY, there it is, number 5.
So bring this home to AI now. So
So here's what I did with this article. Why this article has done so well. Number one, I think it's so obvious it's not even worth saying. When you get ChatGPT to kind of spit out an initial version of an article like this, you're not spending so much time thinking about every comma and every paragraph. A lot of the structure is there right from the get-go. And so I get to actually spend more time now doing research. And so what I did was I went back like 20 years and I found pictures and information from like the Consumer Affairs website about every single crib or crib product, for example, like crib liners, that has either caused an accident or a death of a child in like the last 20 years. And I basically said, here's what you do if you have one of these cribs, right? If you've been affected by it, well, here's what you should do about it. Here's what you reach out to it. And so, a lot of times when it spits out this stuff, whether it's right or whether it's wrong, what they're doing is they're saving you mental time for you to think about the research that you have to do to get the actual legal facts, the real information that's going to make your article more useful to people than simply somebody that's just saying like, hey, if you've been injured by a crib, call us. All right. What I gave them real examples of actual cribs, real SKU numbers of actual products.
AI to help mine that. Is that what you're saying?
Some of it I pulled up manually. Some of it I used AI to mine, like you were saying, but a lot of this was manual work that I did. But because they spit out this first version of it, it freed me an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours to do this research that I might have spent otherwise actually just formatting and these things. So that's one major thing that I think is helpful is just the fact that it spits out okay formatting, which allows my brain to be more free to think about what I can do to elevate this article to make it more useful than what's already out there. And I think that, we're the first law firm that pops up for that word crib recalls. The rest of it's all government websites and consumer affairs stuff. And so that's just one example, right, of sort of my brain having more time to actually get in there and analyze these facts and do these things, just because it spits out something that's, you know, an okay intro and an okay outro, you know what I mean? And I just fill out the middle of it. And so to answer the earlier question, I think that's maybe to me the most useful thing of all about ChatGPT is just that it spits that out for me, and I don't have to spend so much time thinking about the layout. The other thing that it's amazing at, by the way, is creating like rich media. So Google wants, you know, like HTML tables. If you have a video on your page, they want a transcript of it. I've used ChatGPT to take the raw video transcripts out of YouTube, which are always filled with typos and horrible grammar, and just told it to clean it up so that we can just, you know, click here to read the transcript, right? We get a nice clean transcript. I can get some data. I can say, put this in an HTML table for me, and just copy and paste it straight in there. There's a lot of cool things that it does. Is just formatting wise that I found to be really, really helpful. So
I got you. Okay, so now let's kind of shift gears and talk about like the bad uses of GPT and like, or not just GPT, but this AI tools, and where people are going to just like blow up their websites. Like if I were to put 5,000 new articles up on my website tomorrow from GPT, what's going to happen?
I mean, the biggest thing that's going to happen is they probably won't have any chance of ranking. You know, I would say if you don't do any editing to these and you're just trying to get speed as fast as possible, it's going to be very close to the clone that the tool is actually scraping it from, and it's not going to be enough to differentiate you from what's already out there. And basically, you're just going to waste a bunch of time. It's what I think would be the probably what would happen.
Yeah, just to, if I may, there, Matt, I would layer on that it is not it has never been a volume game. It has been a quality game, and how do you differentiate the two? Well, if you're leveraging ChatGPT just to put in very simple prompts in asking it to create, you know, X amount of static practice area pages, X amount of blog content, over time, what you're likely going to find is, one, there is no unique value between the two pages, but a lot of times you're going to find a lot of content overlapping, topical overlapping, in which case it's not necessarily a penalty, which we may get into that over time, but it's certainly not going to earn you reward in search rankings. And so that is if you're in one of our markets, I'm sure all of us would advocate, go ahead and do that. Only because it's going to give us better positioning in the end. But that is absolutely one of the biggest mistakes I think one could make.
I would like for Victoria to get to take a victory lap here on GPT hallucination. So I asked it for to make my crib article more reference pizza, and then now I'm like in super far away from crib recalls.
Right.
Like,
However, one good use of ChatGPT that Google loves, and this is a really quick tip, is to create tables from your article. This is something that your folks can just take and run with it. They can use it themselves. If you create a chart or a table using ChatGPT and you add that to the article, that will increase the amount of rankings on your article. And I only thought about it because I saw you have a table on that.
we talked also about like doing like keyword difficulty tools and things like that. I wanted to show, like we talked about like the website that like ranks for crib recalls, and like, you know, this is a massive kudos to Omnizant, because like, remember what we talked about earlier, and that is that just because you rank on a hard keyword doesn't mean that you're the best SEO company, because the real trick in a lot of these instances is to find where your competitors are not, and where you can start picking up things. Like this has a traffic potential of 200, but in literally what Eric says, like in like minutes, he was able to put together an article that is now ranking in the top page for this. And he's going to get Longtail also rank scores for recall, California recall lists, which have much higher volumes than just crib recall, and be able to turn that into something that you can launch off of for other things. And I was just looking at that and wanted to point that out as well, where like here he's, you know, spent, you know, not much time putting together an article, but was able to get it to rank immediately and gets benefit of that for a long time. And you can just extract that from a lot of other areas. Can we talk a little bit about using GPT to create content strategies themselves? So what I mean by that is, like, let's say that I'm a lawyer, and go ahead, Corey, you wanted to weigh in before I get to subjects? You're muted again.
You're muted, Corey.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in on one last thing about like what could go wrong, because I think this was alluded to, but wasn't like in depth described. So on the one hand, one outcome is conceivably that you publish your 5,000 articles and nothing happens, or it just doesn't work, or whatever. I think the worst outcome is that you do rank because of it. You do get a bunch of new pages that are being indexed, and then what can happen is if you were to able to sort of watch side by side their search console and see all of a sudden they get this massive spike in impressions, right? So all these pages ranking for somewhere in the index, and then you're getting nothing from it. You're getting no clicks, no actual visits, or really high bounce rate. So you get a ton of traffic that hits and then it's out, right? I think that's actually worse, because that could end up causing issues for the good parts of your site. Like you could end up actually harming yourself in the long run if that scenario occurs. And I've seen that. I've seen in these SEO forums, I see all these guys bragging like, we put up 50,000 new pages in the last 6 months.
I was just trying to find a good screenshot to throw up for you. Like I was thinking the exact same thing. And then you watch it and it just goes,
yeah,
boom. But for those guys, and,
yeah.
and you'll hear those success stories and they'll brag about them because those are success stories for them. Like if you're trying to like push like a site that's selling a product, or like an Amazon reseller kind of nonsense, like great. Like you're more than happy to take your hundreds of thousands of dollars that you earned during your like quick bump. But if you're running a law firm and a real business that where your reputation matters in the long term, this stuff is toxic and will kill you.
It's important.
Yeah. 100%.
You have to have good metrics on your website. If you don't have a good click-through rate, if people aren't staying on your site, you're not going to rank those PI pages. You're just not. It's not going to happen.
So we're kind of coming up near the end, but what I wanted to talk about as well is like kind of takeaways. Like one of the things that I think GPT is good for is giving you high-level strategies for what you're doing. Like if you were to ask GPT to help you create a marketing plan for your firm or a social media plan for your firm, I believe that GPT does a very good job at that. Like it'll tell you like these are the kinds of things that you should post. These are the frequency that you should post them. This is the link that they should post. And then from there, you can apply your knowledge and experience within the framework that it gives you, as opposed to then saying, now give me the content that I'm going to post. Like, would anyone disagree with that or agree with that?
Yeah, I don't disagree at all. I think it's perfect as a sidekick, and I think it's terrible as a lead, right? Like, so it's gonna. I think I heard this somewhere that like, it isn't the businesses who, like I can't remember how this was phrased, but I liked the sentiment behind it. But it was like, the people who are already good, who learn to use AI as an augment, are the ones who are going to win. It's kind of, I think, harkens back to what Tanner was saying about having established processes. It's like this is gonna make good people better and great people amazing.
Excellent. All right, my last question, guys, is like a lot. Like I feel like I've been asked this question a million times, and so anyone is welcome to take this one.
I mean, I would say to this, can you get a ban from it? At the surface, just using it, you know what I mean, is a no. Just simply using AI content will not really get you banned. However, if you're coming at it from a place of being disingenuous, right, and you're intentionally keyword stuffing, you're intentionally putting links in there to try to game things, and you're using that sort of to enhance existing black hat SEO stuff that's already going on, absolutely that could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. But I don't think that any like one article in and of itself or whatever is going to ever result in just like you're shut off, as a result of it.
I gotta jump in there. We've done tests where we've done all kinds of crazy things. There's no such thing as over optimization. But even if there were, if you think about it, Google's got billions of pages and millions of them coming on up every single day. They have trouble indexing things because there's just so much. And for them to sit there and try to decipher whether you're not using AI on a page, unless you're a Fortune 100 company, would make absolutely no sense. They just don't have that in their algos, and even if they did have in their algos, it's very hard to figure out what AI text is. I can take any one of these AI predictors and put in a dash, and the AI prediction will go from 100% to 0% if you put it in the right place. So there's just no way. It's just not scalable, especially if everybody is using AI.
Excellent. All right.
I think there's few things as misunderstood as penalties as it relates to Google. Like I would, in fact, I'm going to take a controversial position. Maybe some of you guys are going to totally disagree with me. I think Google's moved to a point where I don't even know that penalties as they used to be conceived of during the penguin panda days, I don't even know that thing exists really as much. It's become too sophisticated and smart. And what you see, the way you know that you've been so-called penalized is go look at your search console and watch your impressions just nosedive, right? I think that it's greatly overstated, the idea. And by the way, Google is an AI. So I don't know. I think the notion of it's going to penalize me is greatly overblown. In fact, Google just recently came out and said, I'll have to find the exact reference, but more or less what I've seen from John Mueller and several other sources is like, no, the inherent use of AI is not a problem. If you're following guidelines, if you're being helpful, if you're creating great content.
That's right. They say they'll reward high quality content however it is produced.
All right.
Very recent change. In the past, they did ask you to actually have a disclaimer on the page that says something to the effect of this page was written, with the assistance of AI. They no longer require that now.
I did see that as well. All right. Well, excellent, guys. Well, we're going to move into our next topic.
Now let's move into applying some of this stuff kind of to the real world and using AI and these AI tools to create content and do it in a way that's actually going to be helpful. And before we do that, here's the caveats. Like, if you just use GPT without proper oversight, you will lose your bar license. You will commit errors. You will do something stupid. Don't do it. Like, everything that I'm showing you requires oversight, careful attention to detail, and it's a tool, not a final end product. Like, let it supplement what you're doing and solve problems. Don't let it create new problems. For example, down here, like AI, this is deep fake Matt versus real Matt, and like they're very similar. All right, let's get into GPT, and I'm going to presume that you've got at least a baseline understanding of how to use GPT, and if not, then start by watching one of the other presentations. The Future of Law is probably going to give you the best background, but I'm going to presume as we move forward in this that you've got some basic understanding of it. And the first thing I want to show you is I have GPT set up. So if you're on a GPT Plus plan, which I do recommend, you can do this for free, but the difference between 3.5 and 4 is just, to me, too overwhelming to not go with the paid GPT Plus. And what I do is I go over to custom instructions, and I'm going to show you my custom instructions on how I set up GPT, which is where you can give it what I'll call preliminary prompts. And so what I've got is I've got it set up to say, I'm geographically in Atlanta. I'm an injury attorney. I want precise answers. I want you to, be factual. I want you to give me markdown formatted links instead of inline text, and that'll be important for reasons I'm going to show you in a second. I want you to give me links and citations to cases, so that I'm trying to minimize the amount of hallucination. I want it to give me links to papers to back up everything that it's saying. And I want it to give me links to Google, the things that can help. I dislike being reminded of them talking to an AI. So what I'm trying to do is get it to stop saying things like, as an AI, I can't talk to you about X, or I'm not a lawyer and therefore, don't listen to me, because I'm doing this because I'm going to review the content. I don't want something that is like draft ready. I'm also wanting to discourage it from telling me that it should get legal advice from a lawyer. Like, I am a practicing attorney. I don't need the preamble. I also am setting it up so that I can choose how detailed my response is. So I can change the length of the response that I'm getting just by changing this verbosity. I'm also then able to kind of set parameters for how I want it to respond. And I will copy this and I will put it up at wfirm.com/AI. I see people asking for this. More than happy to give this to you so that you can use it. And you access it just by going under your account. Like when you see your name at the bottom, you click that and you say custom instructions, and then you can put that in there. So, and the reason why I do that is, so let's say that I gave it just a generic prompt. Like, let's say, tell me about Atlanta pizza. What it'll do with my prompt is it'll then set up and try and interpret what I'm trying to do. It'll identify the kind of expert that is needed for it, and then it'll read me back at the assumptions that it's giving me about my prompt. So I can look at those assumptions and then immediately catch whether it understands what I want. And if not, I can then tweak my prompt or not. And I can have a conversation and pull it back up. I also ask it to check my logic and see if I'm just starting from a false premise. Like, for example, if I were to ask it, tell me about good pizza in Kansas, I would expect it to say there's no such thing as good pizza in Kansas. That's a bad question. So then it's going to start giving me my answer based on that preamble. And the idea is just keep it from hallucinating, keep the answers tight, and keep the answers accurate. And I will tell you, this is pretty good. So Antico it's right. And it's got a very nice Neapolitan pizza, but I personally don't like that. Like, if you want to have a really, really nice slice of pizza in Atlanta, Versano's is going to be a lot better, as well as Fellini's. Fellini's is not a New York style slice. It's a little bit something else. I wouldn't call it New York, but this is a pretty good answer. But then I'm also going to get down here at the bottom, Google searches, as well as backup material for its answer. So I would expect that this would be, a search for that exact article on Eater. And it is. So this is from Eater. It's their website on pizza. Doesn't matter. But the point is that is how I set up my prompts. And as you're using this for marketing material, you always want to keep in mind that this is going to be an iterative process. I am not going to ask this to write an article about car accidents. That's not what I'm going to do. The first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my website and I'm going to pull up my, whatever article that I'm trying to work on. So I'll pull up our car accident lawyer page. And what I'll do is I'll just copy in the first half of this. And then I'll ask GPT to identify areas of this article and in fact, I actually think I should start another step backwards, and instead of starting there, what I instead want to do is I want to ask it for best practices for what I'm about to do. So instead, I'm going to ask it to please provide best practices for taking existing website content and expanding on it without cannibalizing or otherwise affecting So I'm going to give it this prompt here to tell it, like, let's start by just getting the principles of what we're trying to accomplish. So it's going to identify an expert, which is the SEO specialist. You have a web, and it's going to give me my assumption, which is probably not true. Like, we are optimizing for search every day, getting better, but yeah, this is fine. And it correctly identifies my concern, which is expanding website content can improve the SEO performance, but you can also cannibalize existing content. And what that means is essentially where you've got a situation where you have one page that's performing okay, and then you have another page that's meant to expand on that. But what ends up happening is that both pages then take a hit because neither one is authoritative. And so the idea is to try and use alternative techniques to keep that from happening, including the topic clustering, using different tags. Like, this is all correct. And so, well, we talked earlier about like how GPT can like take you off on the wrong path if you're trying to ask it to like give you a final product. What I've noticed is that GPT absolutely does not get you off on the wrong path when you are using it in a way that is setting up structures, issue spotting, and laying out a plan. So now it's laid out its plan for how to expand content, and now I'm going to give it the content, and I'm going to say, applying those best principles, please provide areas to expand this content. And then now it's not just an SEO specialist, it's also a content strategist, is the expert role that it is playing. And so it's going to bring this content in. So this is fine. Let's just pick one of these. Case studies, it's right. Like, we don't have good case studies on our website right now, and particularly on that page. We do have a discussion of state laws. So what I did is I cut off before I got to that section of our page. But we do have individual blog articles for like moving violations and things like that. But it did good a job of catching that that wasn't in the snippet that I gave. FAQs we probably don't have. Let's take a look. We got a couple. We could probably expand on those. Contributory and comparative negligence. Now that's a topic that's not well covered on that article. So we'll just pick that one. All right. So we'll start here on contributory and comparative negligence. And what I'm going to do first is I'm going to go through like my inventory of briefs and cases and try and find something that is like on point for contributory and comparative negligence. So let me poke around for just a second here. I may need to change my screen share here, but what I'm going to do is first get for best practices from an SEO and ethical legal advertising for drafting an article is a branch of a primary article. So start there. Also take into account and while it's doing that, I'm going to jump over into our Wikipedia, like internal knowledge base, and I'm going to try and pull some information on contributory negligence that I can use to supplement whatever it is that we're writing. Let's see. All right, so this is all we've got, at least on contributory negligence. So I'll just take all of this, and then I'll go back to my article. But before I do that, if you want your own key, there's also this article that I've written on building one out for yourself so that you've got everything that you need to have all of your firm's internal information and knowledge in one place for free. And I've got a full guide on how to make that on our at wfirm.com/blog, or you can just Google wfirm knowledge base and it'll bring you that article. All right, so I'm getting back into GPT and I'm going to, and it's repeated back to me the best practice for SEO, the best practice for advertising, which is what we want to do. So now we're going to provide, here is additional context. Please draft the initial outline of the article using this content. And I'll just copy and paste it in, and then let's see where we are. So it's coming back. Now it's a legal content strategist. And it's got the context of what I'm looking for, right? And it's going to now start giving me the outline. So I could at this point just say like write the article, but I don't think it's going to give you as clear and strong as an article as if you just continue to follow this iterative process. So what we're going to do next is we're just going to drill down now into the first paragraph. And so I'm going to let it keep writing, but I'm going to go ahead and start telling it now, following the best practices for SEO and using contributory negligence as the keyword. Use the keyword in the title and in the first sentence while while following the best practices to avoid cannibalization. It's probably spelled wrong, and it is, on this topic. Okay. So we've got our outline. What is contributory negligence? Contributory negligence in Georgia. Comparative versus modified. How Georgia law calculates damages. Doctrine of avoidance of consequences. Importance of legal consultation. Now, this is all fine. So now let's see what it's going to give us for our outline of the first paragraph. I didn't like that, so we'll regenerate. Oh, I didn't actually ask it to give me my article yet. So I'm going to stop this. And anytime that you've realized that you've just made a mistake in your prompt, all you got to do is just stop it, come back up here to edit. And instead, what I want to do is keyword draft the outline for the first paragraph. There we go. So now it should give us an actual outline for the first paragraph. And we're just going to continue this process over and over for each paragraph. And then once you've got a process in place that you like, what you can do is you can just standardize that and turn that into a series of prompts. And once you've done that, you can then move into a different program like Excel or Google Sheets and have it where this process is automated for you. Or you can even go so far as turning this into a Python script. I've got a separate video on doing that. That would then just iterate this process over and over so that you can generate content at scale that's not just going to be like garbage. Because if you were to just type into GPT, draft me an article about contributory negligence, is not going to be nearly as good as what we're going to create using this process. All right, so this is fine. All right, so now we'll ask it to draft the first paragraph. Following all of the best practices. And then what I'm also going to do is I'm going to move over and grab the wfirm sitemap, which if you remember that when you registered, I sent you an email with your sitemap, so you can use this as well. And I'm going to pull my post sitemap. And I'm just going to grab these. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask it to now outline the second paragraph and also find an opportunity and I'm going to put in my sitemap here and just ask it to find an internal link. So notice now that we've already got off field, and this is why I used the approach that I did. So notice that it's now stopped trying to write an article about contributory negligence, and now it's focused on tire safety. And it's doing that, I guess, because of the emphasis on tire safety in our sitemap. But by having that pre-prompt that I showed you, you're able to catch that immediately. So like, I don't have to like read through this and be like, oh, what happened? Why am I all of a sudden delving into the why behind proper tire storage? So I'm going to come back up here. And what I can do instead is I can edit this and I can take this away. And I can just use 3.5 for this. And I'm just going to copy and paste the same thing in 3.5 just to see if I can get maybe a little bit quicker response without having the additional context that we've already built into this, and see if we don't get we can avoid a hallucination this time. And yes, it did. So we're getting articles related to contributory negligence from our sitemap. And I'm going to ask it to give it another go and see if we can get some more. One of the things you'll notice is that this is converting it into hyperlinks, and 3.5 is not using my pre-built instructions, one of which was don't give me hyperlinks, instead give me plain text links. So if I were to copy and paste this, I would just have the text of that link, whereas I can click it and it'll go to the page, and that can be helpful. But I want the hyperlinks in this instance. So what I'm going to ask it for is to just please list the plain text. And so now I'm going to get my list of links, and I'm going to take this back now to 4 and continue editing our article. This. I'll just grab those first couple. So now we go back into our previous chat with 4. Give it a second to load. All right, now it's here. And remember, we stopped it when it started talking about tires. So I'm going to come back up here. And now we're going to say outline the second paragraph. And also include links to at least 2 of these articles. So it's going to repeat back to me again, like what our assumptions are and its logic. This is correct this time. It's doing the second paragraph of contributory negligence. So we're like still on course. We're not hallucinating. And this is fine. So we'll see how this looks. So we'll say now draft the paragraph itself. And you can just continue this on through each paragraph and make it as long as that you want to. And what you're going to get in the end is something that is a lot better than just saying, for example, give me an article on contributory negligence. you're going to be able to get your inbound links included. You're going to have your like basically everything that you really want in your article. And also can put in parameters like include this keyword density or use the keyword this percentage of the content, and kind of just go through it however I want to. So additionally, you can then start making this like pragmatic, and like I'll show you on our website like an example of one that just following this process to the end. Let's see. So we did this one on product liability complaints. And in this case, we just follow the product's liability stuff. Commonly overlooked claims and theories, pitfalls, common mistakes. Included a little teaser at the end about pizza. This is not a very good article, but it does show you just kind of the like where this can end once you start adding in your images and your headings and things like that. So we'll presume that we've kind of jumped to the end of making that article. So let's go look at how we can end this. So the last thing that I can do is say, all right, great, we'll just have it finish the rest of it. Now draft the rest of the article. And also include a meta description, image, alt tags, and a feature image prompt for stable diffusion. What's going to come back with is, hopefully, the full article at this point. I don't know that it's going to be perfect just because we're kind of skipping a bunch of steps. But kind of to sum up kind of what we're doing here. So you're starting at the top and you're saying, give me, an outline for a good article. Like, what does that look like? Like, I want to expand on content. Give me the best practices. You're then going to say, here's the content, identify opportunities for expansion. It's then going to do that. It's going to say, here are areas that you can improve. You're then going to pick one of those, and you're going to ask it to give you an outline for doing that. You then follow that outline down, and you then give it the context that it needs to be accurate, as opposed to asking it just make things up for you. You then give it that additional content. It's then going to give you the outline. And you just start going through and saying, applying these best practices, give me an outline for the first paragraph, then write the first paragraph. Give me an outline for the second paragraph, write it. And you can then, as you get a little bit more advanced, you can start adding in things like including links from the sitemap, including inbound links, including meta tags and description. So here's our meta description, here's our feature image prompt, and then I can go and take this into an image generation tool, and we'll look at some of those in just a second. It's giving me my alt tags for my images, and now it's giving me my full article. And you'll note that when I start skipping steps, like this is relatively bad all of a sudden. Like these next three paragraphs are not as good as we were creating already. And that's why that iterative process is so important, and it takes time. And because it takes so much time, that's why you're going to want to get a workflow that works for you, and then start finding ways to then have that workflow automated so that you're not having to do this manually, because it's very tedious. And what I would prefer to be able to do is get 10 articles and then edit those 10 articles because they were made through the API, instead of having to go through this process manually. But you can do that if you're trying to just do something, to get it out the door on a particular topic, or you're just trying to learn these tools. All right, now I want to take just a second and do what I'm calling like a reverse sponsorship. So hang on, let me get this queued up.
One of the things that I did with the seminar is that I'm not letting companies sponsor this or pay any money to like be a part of it. And so everyone that you see is someone that like I thought added value to what you're getting. But the exception though is with the Free Law Project and Mike Listener. And instead of him paying to be here, even asking to be here, I basically begged him to come and tell you about what he's doing. so that you can learn more about what the Free Law Project is, what it does, and why we should give it our money. So opposed to him saying he wants to sell you something, I'm telling you we should just give Mike Listener and the Free Law Project money. So Mike, tell us what the Free Law Project is and what you're doing.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Matt, for having me here. This is a really nice opportunity. And I can go on for a long time about Free Law Project. I'm the executive director there, and we've been working to make the legal sector better for over a decade now. So there's a lot to say. But the big picture is that we try to find places where the market fails the legal sector, or where a little bit of government help in terms of a policy or a tweak to a law can make a big difference. With the big picture being that we want to have a competitive world when it comes to legal tech. And that means we need good data, that means we need good technology. And so we have a bunch of different initiatives in those areas. And we push bills through Congress where it matters, and we build systems where that can help the sector.
Excellent. So what are the products that we've all probably seen that you're behind?
Yeah, so if you've ever seen Recap, we run the Recap archive. That's a tool for essentially breaking down the Pacer paywall. So it's a lot of lawyers here. You guys all probably know Pacer, and it is the biggest paywall in the world. So our first, one of our biggest systems that we have is Recap, and you just install it in your browser, and everything you buy in Pacer, you contribute to the public commons. So that's a big one. The other one that folks have probably seen, which works sort of hand in glove with Recap, is Court Listener. And so when you contribute to the public commons, that goes into Court Listener. We upload that to Internet Archive, so it's publicly in a digital library. We make it searchable on Court Listener, and we're constantly working there to have all kinds of data, whether it's the financial disclosures of federal judges, federal filings. We have data on about 300 million federal filings in there. We have a database of opinions that Matt is looking at now. We're working on making that complete. That's been a project for 10 years, because once there's a complete and open data set of every legal decision ever, there's going to be a lot of innovation that comes out of that. So that's been a long sort of project we've been working on. Matt's looking at oral arguments now. It's the biggest collection of oral argument audio on the internet. Database of judges, and there's just a whole lot more. Those are sort of the high level things there. And then we have sort of...
I have a single entry. I mean, I've never been to the U.S. Supreme Court, but
no oral arguments for you in the system yet, apparently. But that's sort of getting at the problem. You've obviously had oral arguments, so where are they, right? And we try to collect as much as we can, but the legal system is huge. And so it's one of those things, if we have more resources, well, we would have you in there, right?
Excellent. Where does the money that I contribute go to?
Yeah, so when you contribute to Free Law Project, we have a couple of big expenses. The first one is just developers. We run at just a huge scale, and to operate at that scale, you got to pay developers. They cost a lot of money to keep the system up. Everybody knows, these days it's hard to run that. And then the second one is just sort of general overhead. My salary, we have a development staff. She does fundraising, and so it goes towards that. And we do advocacy work as well. So when you donate, some of your money goes towards that, and that could be our work to make Pacer totally free and bring down the Pacer paywall. It can be work around bringing FOIA to the judiciary. And we have a bunch of things like that. AI is being challenged in certain courts. It's been blocked in one court in Texas already. And so we're sort of saying, yes, AI is new, and AI is a little scary, but used correctly, it can be very powerful. Let's not be afraid of technology. So those are kind of the main three directions where we spend our resources.
Excellent. Well, Mike, thank you very much for coming on. And if you got any value of what we've shown you today, which I would suggest is that we've offered you incredible value today, and it's not costing you a dime to come to the seminar But if you have found value, I would strongly encourage and request that you go to free.law/donate and make a contribution to the Free Law Project. Any amount helps, but like realistically, you're wanting to be giving larger donations. Like we're dealing with very expensive projects that are very difficult to implement, but are foundational to having a free and open civil and criminal justice system. So please go and make a donation to free.law/donate. And Mike, thanks for coming on.
Now let's get into the data analysis thing. And this is something that I've spent months working on. So last year I published a list of SEO companies and how many people had hired them, how many people had fired them, how well they ranked for their clients, and a couple of other metrics. And almost universally, every SEO company said, this is really great, but it's not quite accurate for us. And it was used, and it was a very good jumping off point, but I got a lot of feedback on how to make it better. So this time around, here's what I've done. I took 50 highly competitive keywords, or at least they're generally competitive in a variety of markets. I then pulled the top 50 MSAs in the United States. I then pulled every city that was in each of those MSAs. And what I did was I ran each of these 50 searches on each of these 122 locations. And I did it both with just the name of the city and with the city and the state. And as a result, I ended up with 60,000 or 61,000 websites. And I learned a lot from looking at these 61,000 websites. Like there are just mountains of these websites, and they're all over the place in terms of their quality. And it's surprising what ranks in some areas and what it takes to rank in other areas. So let's first look at, like, if we just look at these 61,000 websites and we just break it down to the most common domains that we see. So number one, I want to point out that 1,000 of these websites had 404 errors. That's 1,000 websites that right this second are ranking on the front page of Google for a relatively competitive keyword that have no website behind them and are just waiting for another website to come up behind them and take it. Justia, Super Lawyers, FindLaw, and Yelp really round out the top. And that's not necessarily surprising because they're spending mountains of cash to rank for these keywords so that they can then sell directory listing services. So, and it turns into this kind of hand in glove situation where Super Lawyer spends thousands and thousands of dollars to rank for a keyword and then makes you pay them thousands and thousands of dollars to be listed on their website. And then lawyers will then link back to Super Lawyers, which is cannibalizing their search terms by saying, I'm a super lawyer, look at my profile on Super Lawyers. So the same thing is happening with Justia as well, with their listing of cases and like opinions and things like that. So like they're both kind of got it figured out here. So like kudos to them. There are a couple of lawyer websites that crack into the tippy top of like overall domains here. The yellow domains are done in-house. And I will point out that Classing Associates is run by Seth Prince, and Seth is the founder of Blue Shark Digital. And Blue Shark is a very good SEO company, and unfortunately, they're not in a lot of the rankings that I'm going to show you because they're an ethical, upstanding, wonderful company who doesn't put links at the bottom of websites, which is what I'm using to track and show you some of this other data. Of those, the two lawyers in green, Smith and Duello, and Ben Crump. So Smith, I think, is using Create 180 Design, and Ben Crump is using Brandylytics. So what I did for all 60,000 of these websites is I then put them through a process to pull out their meta information, the links on their websites, and just general information about the web page. And the reason why is because at the bottom of most lawyer websites is going to be a link that says this site was by whoever. In this case, it was Clixy. And I can then use that link on all these websites to start building a repository, or at least a database of which companies are responsible for which websites. And what I did, and through this process, I found 681 SEO companies. And that's a lot. Like 608 companies that have put at least one website on the front page of Google for at least one reasonably competitive term. And just for the data fun of this, like here's the list of by prevalence of which domains showed up the most that are doing the SEO company. So I included FindLaw and Justia to give you kind of a reference. So Scorpion, Matador, iLawyer, Milemark Media, those guys are at the very top. And so if you want to fall into the bear trap, like what you do is you say, well, obviously these guys know what they're doing, so I'm just going to hire the ones who have done it the most. But you now know, because you understand how keyword difficulty and volume works, that we can dig deeper. I also want to take a step back and note that BPSE also doesn't do links at the bottom, so I don't have data for them either. And that's another very good company. And so I'm not trying to slight Blue Shark or BPSE. I just don't have a way of tracking them. All right, so you get this list of, supposedly like high prevalence companies that are in the top 10, but we've still got to ask the question of how hard were those results to obtain? How frequently were are those results obtained for their other clients? And what's the budget that they're working with? And I mentioned budget because one of the companies that was on here had a pretty big fall off from last year. So I reached out to him and I said, hey, why is it that you guys are ranking lower? Why is it that you coming in lower on like some of these like metrics? And I'm not going to name them because I'm not trying to embarrass them, but what they told me, and I think there's some truth to this, is that they work with people with whatever budget they have, and the overall budget of their clients has gone down. And as a result, so have the results. But you put them against any other, SEO company with the exact same budget and they'll beat them, is what they're saying. And I think there's probably some truth to that. So I also would take some of this data with a grain of salt, because the methodology that I'm going to show you is going to be more important than the data. What the data is going to do is lead you to a group of companies that are worth talking to, but I don't think that you can fairly consider these to be like the rankings of like the best of the best. And starting with, for example, the keyword difficulty. So if I plug each and every one of those keywords into a keyword difficulty scale, what I find is that almost half of them are at like extremely low volume. So, it's kind of one man's trash is another man's treasure. Like ranking for immigration lawyer in Philadelphia or personal injury lawyer in Los Angeles is vastly different than ranking for those same terms in a lower population state, even if it's even a capital city. Like, for example, ranking in Tallahassee, Florida, is very easy, even for very difficult keywords like trucking wrecks or personal injury or immigration, because it's a smaller city, it's a smaller community, and the volume is just not there, either because of their tort reform efforts or for other reasons I don't understand. And I'm not going to get into any of that. But what I am saying is that by doing this analysis, we can drill down and figure out, okay, who was actually pulling in keywords that were difficult. And on this chart right here, keyword difficulty is the KD, volume is like the number of searches each month. And there's two other metrics here that are really neat. And that's the CPC. So this is global search volume, but I want to show you CPC. So CPC is the cost per click if instead of doing organic search work, you were to just pay for every lead. So if instead of going to your website, you could just pay $4 and get someone to come to your website, or pay $90 in the case of personal injury lawyer Las Vegas. And that's what we're going to be using to figure out as a very important metric to like how difficult are these keywords and what's the real value that they're bringing. And here's kind of the top and the bottom of that list. So personal injury lawyer Houston, 71 difficulty. Personal injury lawyer, Hoover, Alabama, 0. Like, you want to be the king of Hoover, Alabama? You can do that tomorrow. Just throw it up on your website. You will rank. Atlanta falls kind of near the top. Like, I don't look at 50 and call it the middle. Like, 50 is hard, like extremely hard. And you can see that by looking at the overall difficulty across the board for these terms in these cities. So only 10 of the keywords on our list got up into the 90 range. And the vast majority of them were in the 10 to 0 range. Excuse me, the 20 to 0. So that doesn't necessarily make them hard or easy, because you also have to keep in mind that there are other people who are at least putting in effort for those keywords that are even at 20. But the ones at 9 and 0, like, those are kind of low-hanging fruit. But the same thing applies here, where like they're low-hanging fruit because no one wants them, because those people aren't looking for that service in that community. What I did with this data on the keyword difficulty and the individual domains that ranked for each and every one of those keywords is I came up with a weighted scoring system, which was essentially, if you ranked your website at number 1 at a high keyword difficulty and high traffic page, you get more points. But if you ranked number 10 on a low difficulty, low volume keyword, you got less points. And so I just weighted them, I just added weights to, like, you get more points for doing well for a high traffic domain, or a high traffic keyword, or a high difficulty keyword. And that data came out to having, pretty good striation. And I'll pull this back to the top and go a little bit slower. So at the top here was LawRank, Benchmark, Growth Lab SEO, Manka, Tao, Web Design, CJ Anderson. Let me get smaller for you. CJ Anderson, Go Blackfin, On the Map, Juris Digital, Speakeasy. And so you can look at this and say, okay, well, LawRank is here at the top. They've done it 135 times. They got a very high score for doing it. Does that make them number 1? And the answer is like maybe, maybe not. And the reason why it could be maybe not is you then have to look at like how frequently they obtain those results or similar for other clients. Like, if you're throwing 40, SEO hooks in the water and all 40 of them are hitting the bullseye, hire that company. But if you're a company that has thousands of clients and hundreds just happen to be number 1, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's a company that you should work with. Like, it's kind of like the blind squirrel finds a nut, every now and then. And that's what I would say has probably happened with some of the larger volume SEO companies. So what I'm looking for when I'm trying to pick, like, who am I going to interview, who am I going to talk with, is I'm looking at like relatively low number of clients and consistently high results. So when we look at how often they're pulling those results for multiple domains, we get a kind of a little bit of a different look here. So LawRank, Benchmark, sorry, this is the same one as before, it's just truncated. What I did next, though, was I pulled every website that I could find for each and every marketing company. And I did that by then going to the marketing company's website and then finding their backlinks. So the same way I went to like the top 10 ranking pages for each keyword, and then I went and pulled the outbound link to the SEO company, I then went to each and every SEO company, all 608, and pulled each and every inbound backlink. And I matched it up with lawyer SEO law firm websites. And from there, I then looked at the domain rating of each and every one of them. I looked at how many links they had. I looked at the traffic that they have. And I looked at how many keywords that they rank for. And because the idea being that I don't want to just have cherry-picked results that were in the top 10. I wanted to know, like, what are you going to do for the guy who hires you from like square one, and how quickly are you able to get results, and how consistently are you able to get results? So here's what that data looks like. And this is just an example of like matching this up. So like as these websites come in, I pull the metadata and say, like, yes, this is a personal injury lawyer. I matched it up with the website company. And then I determined how many keywords that were in the top 10 across the board, not just like my difficult keywords, but like across the board. How many keywords did you rank for in the top 10? And I did that for each and every domain. And as you keep going down that list, a couple of things start to stand out. And this is then where my data led me. And what I did was I applied a cutoff of a minimum of 20 clients. I then combined the scores for how well they did for those websites that were ranking for very competitive keywords. I then also applied a metric for how well they were ranking for their average client, and I weighted those two together. And a couple of things will stand out from this list, like one of which being Justia having, 1,400 top 10 instances, but delivering an average value for their clients of 20. Like what that tells me is that they've got some like superstar websites, but maybe the average lawyer website isn't getting that full benefit. And I can say the same thing for Matador or iLawyer or FirmSeek, and those guys may dispute that, and fairly, because you're at some point you're just kind of making data up and determining what the weighting is and like what weights you apply and what factors you think are important or not. But for me, I wanted to be able to come and deliver some sort of evaluation of who is consistently knocking it out of the park for their best clients and doing a very good job for their average client. And I really want to stress here that just because someone is near the bottom of this list doesn't mean they're a bad company. And the reason I say that is because this is the top 7% of all SEO companies in the country. Like this is the cream of the crop. And each and every domain marketing company on here has achieved greatness for somebody. And I can pull any of these people. I'll go to Advantage Attorney Marketing, which is the bottom, but like really they're just like extremely high on the list of SEO companies. And I don't mean the fact that they're 30 versus 1 to be a slight at all, because it's not. And so Advantage, I can pull out one of their websites, and Huntsville Defense Lawyer. Like Huntsville Defense Lawyer, they're managing to bring in a domain rating of 28. They rank for 21,000 keywords with an average keyword difficulty somewhere around 7. And they're doing that in Alabama, and they're bringing in $9,000 worth of, if they were to replace it with pay-per-click value, every month. Like that's incredible. Like if you can get that result, you take that every single day. And so here's the question, like, what do you do with this list? The answer is that you go to the website. I'll email the link once I get this up, the current list updated and on the website. And you can see all the data for yourself and sort it however you want. And I would start to look at these companies, and I would look at their representative clients, and I would want to know, like, does that fit the aesthetic that I like? Do I like what they're doing? Do I like their sales rep? And are they answering the magic questions right? And we'll talk about the magic questions in a second. And see if you can find like a good fit where like they like you and you like them, and you guys are going to be able to work together. So how do you do that? So there's 10 questions that you have to ask. And I've vetted these questions with several SEO companies, and most of them say, I don't like being asked these questions, but these are the good questions to ask. And so I view that as kind of a sign of this is something that is worth listening to. So the number one question is like, who's responsible for my website? Like, am I going to be passed off to a new guy who just got there and is a college graduate and, has no SEO experience? Am I going to be placed with a, senior SEO representative, and he's going to be one sharing me through it? Or am I with the actual founder of the company and it's a smaller agency? Like understanding who's doing the day-to-day work, I think is very important. And I'll give you a practical example here from Growth Lab SEO. Here's what they say.
So first, can you introduce yourself and tell us, like, what is it that you guys are doing that you think is special?
Yeah, hey Matt. So my name is Will Palmer. I founded Growth Lab just a few years ago after working for one of the larger legal marketing firms, and we just knew there was likely a better way to approach the problem with SEO, which is, in my opinion, people don't know what they're paying for and what they're getting every month, and it's a lot of these jargony big terms that are thrown around, and no one really understands where the rubber meets the road. So here's what I think is unique about our approach, and that I think you, if you're a law firm, you can kind of look for and ask for. Number one, the people that are actually tactically doing the SEO work, what we call our SEO, legal SEO strategists, they're the account managers. They're the ones that are actually face to face with clients. We aren't outsourcing all the SEO work overseas or to have better margins with strategic partners. They're actually building the 12-month strategy roadmap, doing the keyword research, understanding what content is missing, looking at the website and auditing it for just basic SEO mistakes. And they're actually doing the work, clicking the mouse, clicking the keys. So your account manager is not reporting on a team unknown behind them. They're doing the work. So I think the transparency that comes from that is huge. And then our approach to content, just with AI and all of the things that have evolved, has evolved with it. And so unlike a lot of options out there where you're going to get a number of posts per month, let's say like 4 blog posts a month or whatever it is, articles,
All
we
right, so I
actually
see
care
a
more about
lot, and
what's
you're
that?
doing, so you're not doing that, like, because that's what I see the
Mhm.
most. Like, what I'll see is, like, we're going to give you, 5, 10, 15 blog posts a month, and then it's up to you to, like, decide what's going to go. You're not doing that. What are you doing instead?
No, because if you look at the algorithm in the EEAT, experience, expertise, authority, trust, and you actually use AI not just to write content, even though we do use AI to assist with content writing, it's kind of a human hybrid approach, but we actually go on word count. So if you look at some of the AI tools out there and you sort of take a keyword like you've done, Matt, and say, what are the top 10 search results for this head term keyword in this metro? And you were to say, let me analyze these 10 websites showing up on page 1 of search, what's the word count, what's the keywords, what's the keyword frequency, headers, paragraph count, image count, I mean, all of these things. And you say, what is the roadmap if I'm trying to rank at the top for that keyword? How many words do I need? It could be 1,000, it could be 3,500 based on AI and based on data. So we actually say to a client, hey, we'll give you 10, 20, 30,000 words a month. We don't guarantee a certain number of pages that come from that because we're relying on Google to say, for this page to be successful, it needs to be this long. And it's not about word count. That's just one factor in an equation that has many factors and variables, but it's a baseline. I mean, you have to leverage data to actually be smarter and outwork your competition, not just check a bunch of boxes on social media and blog posting and your headers and H1s and all these different tactical things that just check every box and say, hey, I've got a team doing it. You have to, it's just too competitive and legal to take that approach, in our opinion. So we go off of like bulk word count, and then it's at our SEO strategist discretion to say, hey, if you want, car accidents in Houston or family law in Columbus, Ohio, here's where the gaps are with content. Let's fill it and prioritize it that way. Does that make sense?
No, not at all. Like, I have, like, that sounds like a bunch of, like, big SEO stuff. Like, if I were to,
Okay.
like, break it down, is it essentially what you're telling me is that instead of saying, hey, we're going to do a number of blog artists, instead what we're going to do is we're going to look at your competitive landscape, and we're going to say, hey, this person is got X amount of content, and in order for you to outpace them or outrank them, you're going to have to hit this pace. And then you guys do that. Is that fair?
It's half fair. If you're trying to get more drug cases, and you know what terms that have high intent for a need for an attorney in your metro are, that's what the keyword research is showing. Here's what people type into search to find an attorney. And you look at who's ranking number 1 for that search term. What does their practice area page content look like in terms of all those things like word count look like? And then what do we need to do to benchmark and then beat those metrics for that piece of content? So when I say, hey, you got 10,000 words a month, that could be 4 to 7 or 8 actual website pages that come from us, determined purely on the competitiveness of that keyword in the market, period. Does that clarify
Yeah.
it at all?
Yes, and also these pics are like ridiculous.
I wasn't paying attention, but I see the aggressive nature of feeding happening. This is good, Matt. It's memorable. I love it.
Yeah. Okay. So then can you talk to me a little bit also about like what would a law firm, because you guys don't have like hundreds of clients. Like if you're trying to like give me your ideal profile of a law firm, like what's the ideal profile of a person that should call you guys?
Okay, so most of our clients, if I'm just being candid, either have been burned or are spending a lot of money with an SEO provider. You have a
All
lot of different
literally
philosophies.
that's all of us. That's literally every one of us.
It's so I've been working with law firms for a decade, 10 years now. There's a lot of different philosophies and a lot of different ways people are being told to generate clients, but I'm looking for somebody that is actually somewhat savvy with it and that actually can sort of, in a perfect world, detect BS, because there's just unfortunately a lot of it out there. That's one of the reasons I started the company. There's a lack of transparency, a lot of BS, a lot of just tapping into the stuff people don't understand. So if you have some savviness to you and you have a budget and you want to dominate and you want to be a market leader, those are kind of our best fit clients, frankly, because they're willing to kind of push the envelope, try new things, try new technologies to be different. So.
Okay, excellent. All right. Well, Will, thank you very much for plugging in. Is there anything else you want to add before I jump back into the data?
No, I just think encouraging your people that are listening to do due diligence on who they're talking to is a really smart idea and something I encourage as well. So appreciate the data you provided.
Absolutely.
Second, you want to know how many people is that guy or that team responsible for. Like, because it's one thing to be like, Matt, you're getting a team of 10 SEO specialists. Well, how many other websites are they responsible for? Well, 400. Like, you just start doing math at that point. Or if they tell you 8 and it's one guy, just do the math. How many hours in a month does he have? And how many can he possibly spend on your website? Or are they saying that they're going to shortchange their other clients? Like, these are the questions that you want to ask to get to the bottom of like, what can I realistically expect? What is your bandwidth for working on my case? You also want to ask how much time you can get them to commit to on your website. Like, people will say, oh, we will give you blog content or we will give you articles. Like, that's good, but what you really want is like how many hours will you commit in writing to put on advancing my website, regardless of what it is, whether it's blogs or on-page optimization. Like, I want something in writing that says I'm going to get a minimum of X hours every week or every month. And that's going to depend on your budget and your keyword difficulty. If I'm in Atlanta, frankly, I'm wanting 20 to 30 hours a week from somebody to be able to like keep pushing me up on personal injury. If I'm doing, lower keyword difficulty things, I might be fine with a meeting once a month just to like check in and tweak some stuff. But you're going to want to make sure that your budget reflects where you are on that scale. And the only way you can do that is by doing some of that baseline keyword research that I showed you. The next thing you want to ask is like, how much content are you going to produce for me? And I don't mean articles. I mean like words. Like, how many words am I getting every month and how are you creating it? Are you just spinning something through GPT? Or are you doing something that's by hand? Are you paying somebody? Am I responsible for the content? Do I have to edit all of the content? These are the questions that you have to ask to just walk yourself through it. Finally, you want to ask, like, what's the process for getting backlinks on my website? Like, and that includes paid directory listings. Like, are you paying for directory listings? If I want to, use Bright Local or some other tool, are you doing that? Am I responsible for that? And then you also then want to ask, like, what's the page speed that you're providing? Like, are you going to guarantee a minimum page speed of 95? Are you going to guarantee a minimum page speed of that on desktop and mobile? And if you care about geographic exclusivity, which I don't, but I know a lot of people do, you want to get that in writing as well and understand the limits. Because a lot of companies will say that they offer geographic exclusivity, but it may only be for like 3 practice areas. And if someone says, well, I also do dog bites, well, the next thing you know, they're going to be using that client as well. You want to get that in writing if you care about it. And then finally, you want to figure out, is there a minimum contract length or a contract at all? Most people do want you to sign a 1-year contract, but there are companies out there that don't.
So we've made it to like the happy hour part of this. I've like finagled to get Julian, Bruce, Mike, and Michael Farringer here, and I can let you guys kind of introduce yourselves, or I can do it for you. But I think I'd rather just kick us off, Julian.
Hi there, everybody. My name is Julian Gomez. I'm a automotive product liability lawyer in South Texas, and thank you, Matt, for including me. I'm not quite sure what I did to deserve to be here, other than be your friend.
Yeah, absolutely. That's about all it takes sometimes. Bruce, tell us about yourself.
Hi, I'm Bruce Miller. I'm a personal injury lawyer in Atlanta. I've been doing this about 30 years. I've known Matt a long time, probably about 15 years. And I'm just glad that he invited me. He loves to talk about this SEO stuff, and we kick it around from time to time. And hopefully I can add something today that adds some value to somebody, helps them out.
Absolutely. And Mikey?
Hey, I'm Mike Milanikis. Got my own firm here in Greenville, South Carolina. I practiced in Atlanta for 10 years before opened up shop here in my wife's hometown 5 years ago. And I'm just doing regular old personal injury law and just having fun running my own business and trying this, trying that, trying to get better, kind of like Maddie was saying, and happy to be here to talk.
Absolutely. And Mr. Farringer?
Mike Farringer. I've been doing SEO for, about 20 years or so now. Started out just doing small websites as a personal hobby and grew into a business, and eventually got to where I was doing it in the corporate world. I've been working for Ring Central as their senior web optimization manager, managing the whole search engine operation and AI as far as it relates to chatbots. Met Matt online about 6 months ago, and he referred me to Julian, and here we are.
Excellent. All right. So I'll kind of kick off the big question of why does it always feel like I'm just getting taken for a ride? Like no matter who I hire, no matter what due diligence I do, whatever I do, I just feel like I'm just getting tricked. Am I alone in this, or you guys feel this way too? I'm gonna pour my drink while you answer that question.
Well, look, I'll fall on the sword first. There's no doubt that I bet I've talked to maybe 30 or 40, maybe more than that, marketing companies since I made the decision to try and market other than relationship marketing. And there's no doubt that I feel that I have spoken with people and been presented with proposals that appear to take advantage of my lack of knowledge of how a website works, how SEO works, and really how basic marketing even works. And I'm a good lawyer, but I may not be the best marketer. And I see that that's something that people have tried to take advantage of before in the past.
And Bruce, you don't use a company, right?
That's right. Just a little bit of background. I got into doing the, optimizing our site and working with an individual back in 2007. And I was with him for a couple of years, and we did really well. And then he left to go to an agency, and so I switched over to an agency. And I think what Matt was talking about is, do we feel like we're being taken advantage of? And when you're with an agency, it's kind of like our clients with us. You're going to have mixed results. Some agencies are going to spend a lot of time working on your website, and some of them are spread a little too thin. And my experience with agencies was mixed. We had some really great results, and at times I felt like they weren't very responsive. It took a long time. If I wanted something real simple changed, like a picture, it might take, it could take one time it could take 2 or 3 days. The next time it might take a month. And I got kind of frustrated with that. And so eventually I brought it all in-house. And right now I've got a full-time webmaster, but he can't do it all himself. What we found out is you can't just hire one guy and say, oh, well, I've got a guy, he's working works all these hours for me. Well, he's going to work those hours, but he can't do it all. So you have to hire somebody. You have to find somebody who works well with contractors and well with agencies who are going to fill in those things. So it takes a while to develop that. We hired the guy that I ended up settling on. We went through 2 or 3 people. I ended up hiring someone who was a former account manager at one of the SEO agencies. And I think that was the key.
Did you have any like contract problems with that?
No, because we didn't hire somebody away from an agency. He had gone to another job. Was actually working for a bank for a few years. So I was able to I hired him away from a bank, actually.
That's it. Okay. Robbing the bank. I like that. And Mikey, you're one of the top rated companies, and like are you having a different experience?
No, it's been a really good experience. When I first opened up, I had one company that did the website. They had all kinds of various promises. If the website is this, then you're gonna kill it. And then after about a year, I'm like, this isn't killing it. Went to another company who did get us some results, but it didn't seem to have a way of like really improving what it was delivering like on a monthly basis. So then switched companies again, and they've been good. I like that they aren't just like, here's your impressions for the month. Here's the impressions. This is up 1% from last month's impressions. So I get a little bit more inside baseball from them. Not too far in, because eventually I just don't want to understand, because we're just busy and we have all these other aspects of our life and our practice that we should be focusing on. If we have somebody that's doing a decent job and doing a good job and says they're the experts in it. So that's been good. I think kind of the struggle for me is, and this seems to be with any of like decent marketing agencies, they're like, okay, here's how much it's going to be a month. Here's what we're going to deliver. And then even if you're happy with it, it's like everybody wants to upsell you eventually. And so that's where I kind of, struggle a little bit just generally, is with any kind of company that's trying to upsell you. Not that it's wrong, like they're probably right. Like there's other examples of other, clients that they have that these things have worked for them. So I think that might just be a trust issue on my end as kind of a newer business owner, to be like, all right, let's go take this other jump. I'm a little more risk averse than I know, let's say Weatherington is. So I do a little bit more hand wringing, but I know I have to make some other decisions along the way. I don't know if that answers the question, but it takes.
Well, I mean,
I was younger.
This looks like an upsell to me. Like this looks like you got a video of birds and waterfalls. Do you how did this come about?
Well, this is. I don't know. Do I name names? Like this is a very large video company.
Is this a Chris video?
Yeah, it's a Chris video. So it's good, and like I had a really good client, and I have a little bit of storytelling backgrounds or acting background, so I think I came across pretty well and pretty authentic. Which
I can.
The video is nice.
Like this video is like incredible. And this is the truth of every Chris video. Like I don't know that I've ever seen a Chris video that I thought was like poorly done. Like where I kind of question it is whether the value is there or not, and that I don't know the answer to. And I'm scared to like spend.
That's hard.
Well, when I heard Mike, he talked about impressions, right? They go a little bit beyond impressions. Like respectfully, like a lot of impressions could be fake, right? Mm-hmm. Just because, like, I swear I have more marketers or vendors reaching out to me than clients or potential clients, right? They're people that
True.
Right. I did some keyword research yesterday or the day before, and it was really interesting the way how words were put in. It was like car accident attorney, and there was people that are typing in, right, that's or personal injury attorney, right? But like injury attorney hurt, right? That's not a marketer. That's like a human being that's actually hurt looking for a lawyer. And there's different thing is impressions. I think the metrics that a lot of these companies are using do not necessarily correlate with what an actual human being that is really truly out seeking a
right. Yeah, the intent.
and they can bait and switch you, and it looks really good, right? Like, oh, you had 1,000 people come to your website, but I didn't get a client. So what good is 1,000 people coming to my website? Does that mean that I've got a conversion problem, like a messaging problem, or does that mean that I really had 1,000 fake people out there looking at me? And that's beyond my scope.
Yeah, the key is measuring the results that you're getting, and it's a difficult thing to do because people will just say Google. I found you on Google. So how do you really know? So it's very, it takes a lot of effort to actually figure out if you're being found as a result of what the SEO company is doing for you, or if they're searching for your name, or if they're clicking on an ad or a YouTube video. So you have to track all of that, and even that is imprecise. So it's for us, we're looking at not necessarily a particular data set. We're looking at the big picture. If our overall impressions, our overall leads in a month are this much, and we're getting the kind of cases we want, then I think you get a general sense for whether your marketing is working. Because we all know when it's a former client that contacted us. We all know, Julian, when you're doing auto products, so you're getting referrals from Julian. Sorry, Julian. You're getting. Looking at your name, I'm just reading it up. So, but you're getting referrals from attorneys, I would imagine, that know that that's what you do. They're guys like me and Mike that might have a general personal injury practice, and one of our clients has a brain injury because the airbag didn't deploy, or maybe it was overly aggressive, and we don't do that. So we're going to call you, and those, so you can look at those. You can just push those aside. Well, I got this many referrals this month from my attorneys. Well, where did the rest of them come from? You're never going to know for sure. Your SEO company, you got to evaluate them as to what is the overall volume of leads that I'm getting from those other sources, because people are going to go to your website when they hear about you. They're going to go there if they, just to check you out. Just we all do it. I mean, when you go to another town, you go to a city you go to take a deposition, you're going to go to Miami, take a deposition. Someone says, well, let's go out to, Filano's restaurant. Well, you're going to check it out online before you go, right? So people are going there. They're going to your website, even if they've heard of you, but you can sort out the ones that came from another attorney pretty easily.
Yeah.
Like Bruce, what I was saying, are you counting leads or are you counting clients?
We track everything. We track every lead. We try to figure out where each one came from, but we know we know that it's going to be imperfect. We know that, we might have a Google AdWords campaign running, but the people are just going to say Google, and we can see how many clicks we got, but we don't really know if it came from that AdWord or not.
I mean, what we do is we will track. So we track every lead that comes in from any source, and then like part of our intake of like the very first phone call is like, how did you find out about us? And then like drill down kind of as well as you can. And the unfortunate truth is that like almost never is the word Google for us. Like 99.9% of the time, it's because either a former client or an attorney or there was a news story about something we're doing on, but like almost never is it like, hey, I found you on Google. And even when they do find us on Google, I think a majority of the time it's because of those other activities. And so like one of the things that I really question, because this is like the ironic part of like me putting on an SEO seminar, is that like I'm not certain that this is like the highest and best use of my marketing dollars, because like Bruce, I know for example that like you do a lot of like school like involvement stuff and community engagement where you have events that are in the community, you're giving away things to schools and things. Like I suspect, and I could be wrong, but I suspect that that is returning a much higher return on investment for you than SEO, with maybe one or two exceptions. And the question becomes like, are those two exceptions worth all of the hassle?
You know, it's a question I ask myself from time to time, because you do spend a lot of time, and we all spend, if whether we're doing it in house or we have an agency, we're spending a lot of money on it. And the leads that come from the random leads that come from the internet, you know, on average are going to be probably not as good as the efforts that you make through your own networking. But that takes time as well.
Yep.
And our time is valuable. And if you're spending, I mean, another way of looking at it, and I don't know I'm not advocating for one way or another, but what's the most expensive marketing that you have?
I bought to the Hawks for a season and I got 0 referrals out of it.
No, it's not that. I would say, what's the largest referral check you've ever written to someone?
Oh, millions.
Well, there you go. That's some pretty expensive marketing.
That's fair. But I don't really put that in the marketing category. I mean, that to me is, I don't know what
I have a very good friend that's how he counts marketing dollars. If he refers a case out, I'm going to use easy numbers. If 50% of that is paid to somebody else that works up the case for him or something, he sees that as his cost of acquisition. Like
well, that's
his return on.
But that's an outbound referral. I'm talking. I think Bruce is talking about inbound referrals.
So,
but it's the same. It's the same point.
I'm not saying that doing it one way versus another is right or wrong. I do both, and I'm sure most people do. I value my relationships with other attorneys. I take plenty of people out. We buy a lot of lunches, a lot of tickets to events for attorneys and gifts. But you recognize that you're paying a referral fee. Somebody sends you a case, you might be sending them a check for $100,000 to $1 million. That's more than a lot of our marketing budgets. So, just keep that in mind, that the whole picture has to be looked at. And if you can make it without advertising at all, just on referrals, that's great. Just recognize you're also going to spend time doing that.
Well, I mean, I can tell you that like in my entire legal career, like dollar for dollar, the single best money and time I ever spent was when I was a couple of years out of law school, and I just decided to email every single lawyer in the trial bar, because I'm plaintiff's lawyer, and I asked every single one of them out to lunch. I would say I had probably 4 lunches a week for over a year. I probably paid for less than half of those lunches because the kind people on the other side of the table wanted to help me, and then they did. I mean, in fact, that's probably how I met you, or at least developed the relationship. And like that to me, like, and that has continued to pay off dividends, not just financially, but like socially, professionally, and like just as a human being from forever.
Right. So going back to your original point, you're wondering if you are, by investing in an SEO company, do you feel like you're getting taken advantage of? You have to measure that, return on investment the same way you would measure, your relationships with other people. And if you don't need to invest in an SEO company, I'd say maybe you don't do it, because it requires an ongoing effort by the SEO company to constantly maintain your site. They have to be performing work all the time. It's like it's a competition. Everybody's trying to leapfrog each other in the results. And so if they're good at it, they're only good at it because they're constantly, optimizing your site and looking at the competition. That's just one way to compete. Another way to compete is what you did, Matt, which is go out there and network with everyone. And I say do both. I mean, I think that's the way That's one of the keys to success.
Well, two things that I'd like to contribute to this, going back to the original thing. Well, why do we feel like maybe you've been taken advantage of? Well, one of them is that the perception from some people is that as lawyers, as plaintiffs' lawyers versus hourly lawyers, right, is that we just hit this jackpot of money, right? Like we hit this giant treasure at the end of some fixed period of time, and they prey upon that, right? As opposed to steady money every month coming in, and those like, look, this doesn't necessarily cash flow, but you get one big 18-wheeler case, and this pays for 2 or 3 years of that kind of stuff, and they'll prey on that optimism that is naturally inherent in us as contingency fee attorneys that are willing to invest in those cases. And then another problem is that it's not like, let's say, a divorce attorney or a criminal attorney, is that we put money into SEO, and if we're lucky, we get a case from that in a month or two, but we don't see revenue from that in 3 years. In a regular car wreck, best case scenario, that's probably like 6 months. And so, if you're a mass tort lawyer, what is that, 5 years? I mean,
So Farringer, you're on the opposite side of this, where like you hear our completely unreasonable expectations and demands. Like, where are we going wrong here?
Yeah, I want to be number one every term.
It's not that hard. Just put number one lawyer in the title, and then we get it, right?
Which was that easy, right? This is interesting listening to everything from your guys' angle. But I do think there's a lot of BS going on out there too. Like Bruce, you were saying, anybody can be at the top of SEO, but it's an ongoing battle. Once you start getting into the game of building more content, building more backlinks, it's just back and forth, back and forth. Who has the manpower to keep putting in all of that stuff? So my point of view is I try not to get into all the all that nickel and dime back and forth stuff with all the companies. I really focus more on just the tried and true basic SEO fundamentals, making sure that your site is quality. Bigger isn't necessarily better, although more content can help.
There's literally nothing about me that's special, though. How are you going to make me, a personal injury lawyer who wants admitted liability, catastrophic trucking wreck cases, any different than Bruce Miller, the trial lawyer who wants admitted liability, catastrophic trucking wreck cases where the driver is on meth leaving a corporate party? Like maybe. Yeah. While on video, we want him live streaming the wreck too. Like, watch me do this meth. Yeah, like I mean, short of that, like how, like, I don't think that like having a good site and telling your story is kind of like that's the closing, but like getting the people in the door, I think, is the hard part.
Yeah. It's tough. I think the marketing dollars could be different for everybody. I think probably from everything that I've seen, the biggest ROI is from referrals, like really. But your website is kind of the closer. If you have a quality website that's easy to navigate, it's easy to find what you're looking for. That, in my opinion, is one of the number one things, is putting together a quality website. It's easy to navigate, easy to find what you're looking for.
So it sounds like what I'm really hearing here is like have a brochure website and then spend your money, on community events.
I wouldn't disagree with that. I really, like, you look at, like you were showing earlier when I first jumped on, you were flipping through all those websites, and I looked at hundreds of attorney websites when I met you and Julian, and they're very similar. Everybody's copying everybody. I don't know if everybody's using the same handful of design firms, but they're all so similar. One of the things that I try to focus on when I'm doing an SEO project is trying to anticipate what the users are searching for. Like, try to understand like what their questions are going to be, and those questions should be built into your website. It should be like the Q&A type pages, and those are the things that are going to bring in the customers. Like Julian, you were saying, you don't you can kind of figure out the difference between a marketer searching for you and a real customer. You need to figure out the phrases that the real customers are using, and that's going to bring in the people that you want.
Yeah, I've got my little video here of, and I'm gonna keep speeding it up just because it's 6.5 hours. I'm gonna put this up on YouTube so people can like browse through it themselves. But like very quickly, like these things start to look very similar. I can stop it anyway, and you're like, oh yeah, I think I've seen that before. Like bail bonds, that's a little different. Like more bail bonds. I've been surprised at how like effective bail bond SEO companies are at breaking into criminal law stuff. Like that's been like one of the big insights for me. But like all of these websites, like what makes you different? Let's find one. Communities, clients, and people. Like seen that. Like American immigration law. They make running my business easier. And like what I think a lot of these marketing people do as well is they come in and they say like, no, you are special. We just got to spend the time and energy to deep dive into like what makes the Gomez firm tick. How is it that you tell your personal story and resonate with your clients? And like the reality is that I don't know that I can count on one hand the number of lawyers I've met on both the defense or the plaintiff side who I thought were just like garbage human beings. And the vast majority of lawyers that I meet are good, decent, hardworking people who, if you get to know them even a little bit, you're like, oh yeah, I want to work with that person. And that's the marketers kind of prey on that because it's just universally true that like everyone has a really compelling, interesting story to tell. But I don't really understand how that fully translates into, yes, this is how you get your SEO up and running so that you're getting leads that otherwise would have no interest in you. And that's what I struggle with.
Right. I think it's really a two-pronged approach, which, going back to like the video we have, like I sent out a poll to our current and former clients probably in December or so, but, maybe 10%, 20% responded. And from there, I was like, hey, did you ever see our video on Facebook? 10% responded, yes out of that. And then I was like, did you see it before you called us or after? And like, a bunch of them were said after. So like from that little data set that I had, I was like, well, obviously it wasn't that many people calling because of it, but I could tell, a couple of times it was good cases where for some reason it stuck in somebody's head enough. Obviously that TV would probably be, a better way to do it, but I also think if you're going to get way too many, it's a whole different game of TV, I think. But let's see here. The good thing about video is also they take out the fact that you're super ADD and sometimes lose track of your thought. But so you have a video, but it's like, well, how do people see it? And like basically my wife is mortified, but like we walk around our smaller town than Atlanta or Houston or whatever, and people are like, oh yeah, I saw your video on Facebook. Like at least they know what I do now. Like before that, they just might be like, there's that gangly lawyer guy. I think he does something. So I think that might be useful. Can I quantify it? Nope. I just know that people tell me, yeah, we've seen you there. And my wife thinks that she's getting dirty looks from strangers in public who she believes realize that they've seen us.
I will tell you this, like this is, I think that what you're saying is probably a very prescient point. And that is that like, I have been shocked consistently at how few of my friends and extended family members have any idea what I do. And no matter how many times I post about verdicts or results or causes that I'm advocating for on Facebook or social media, like if you were to ask them point blank, hey, what do I do? You're a lawyer. No idea. And I see the post, like one of the like first steps that a lot of the like business coaches will do is have you like introduce yourself to like your community again and like be like, my name is Matt and I'm a personal injury lawyer in Atlanta. And I have noticed that when people do that, the comment section, at least on those posts, and I follow up with them as well, because this is something I've been kind of studying. Like, they all say, like, I got a bunch of, I got, new referral sources, or I got stuff from that. And so, like, I just feel like I should just go online now and, like, every other week be like, by the way, I still do personal injury cases, because I'm just yelling into a void at some point where, like, no one is actually listening until they're in the market.
Right. It's kind of like, if we all have friends who are real estate agents, and then, I mean, if we're kind of hard on ourselves about our marketing and thinking it's hokey or whatever, I mean, geez, like, real estate agents, like, every day, like, we're so thrilled about this house. You're like, look at this house. You're like, that's not the house to be thrilled about. But and then they have super nice ones too, and it's just like every day they're telling everybody and their friends, I'm a real estate agent. I'm a real estate agent. And no one holds it against them. They don't hold it against themselves. So I think some of that's just kind of like, if you want to be over that hump, or that thing about telling people what you do and what you really like,
I have no ill will towards anyone who, like, tells me what they do and is like, I want to sell this house. Like, okay, do you guys? I mean, like, if you when you see, like, a real estate agent or someone that's, like, selling their businesses and stuff, like, do you, like, have any animosity towards them? Like, because we all perceive that people are going to have that animosity towards us, but, like,
right,
it's just not there.
Right. That's, I think, kind of my point. Is like, no one. I don't think the real estate agents think like, oh, everyone's like, oh gosh, can't believe you're doing this again. But we think that way, I think, sometimes.
I will shut them out, right? Like if I hear the same thing over and over and over, like, I know what you are, I just don't want to see it. I'm more interested in your personal life, or who you are as a human being, than to hear that you have another house for sale, right? Like, I'm not in the market for a house, so I shut it off. And I've gotten one case from social media, one. And I don't know, let's say I've had an Instagram or a Facebook for 5-10 years. I don't think that anyone pays attention to me because they're like, wow, this guy's so interesting and he talks about the law. They'd rather see me walking with my wife and my dog. Like, that's what they like more. I mean, that's what the views show, right? Like, if I say I'm speaking, so like, I'm going to speak on Friday morning, for example, to the Massachusetts Trial Lawyers Association, or whatever the heck they're called, I'm going to talk to them, and I'm going to put out there tomorrow, hey, speaking to the Massachusetts Trial Lawyers Association. And like 10 people are going to give anything about it. Nobody else cares about it. And I'll probably lose people that were following, that were interested in watching me walk with my dog or cook dinner, or like literally the most viewed thing I've ever put on Instagram is my wife's skiing.
Your wife's what?
Yeah, but like, who would think, right? She's like, doot, 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 and she says, like, I'm kind of rude because I took her down, a tough run. And that's the most viewed thing that has ever been on our social media. So I do think we can overexpose ourselves. And I think what you were talking about, Bruce doing it, is probably the most effective way, is that it's got to be more of a complete, like I'm a good human being. People see me in the community as a good human being. People vouch for me as a good human being, like the reviews, like you came to a city and you did it. And if and when they actually need us, they find us online and intersect. So like, you're top of mind, like it's got to be a combination of those things. I just don't have the time to do it. And that's why I've gone to like these companies thinking, oh, they're just going to solve all my problems, but they can't.
Like, I can tell you that like our firm's moniker is like causes, not cases. And for me, that has been like the most powerful marketing tool that I've used. And the reason why is because it becomes less about like, hire me because I'm a lawyer that can solve a problem, and get behind me because I'm plowing forward on the solution. Like, I think that for people who are even in car accidents, like, if you were to say, for example, like, hey, there's this pothole or this intersection where a lot of wrecks are happening, and you become the guy who is like, this intersection is dangerous. I'm going to be out here, and every time there's a car accident, I'm going to put a post about it. I'm going to call the news. I'm going to do something until I go to, and then I'm going to go to city council. I'm going to have photos of every wreck. And I'm just going to plow my way forward to getting at that intersection. Like, you'd be crazy to not call that lawyer if you were involved in a wreck at that intersection. And you just scale that up from there, where, like, I remember, a lawyer came to me one time and was like, hey, I'm doing hotel swinging door cases. Like, that was what he wanted to do. He was like, if you know someone who got hurt in a door that was like the not a swinging door, it's the revolving door. If you know someone gets hurt in a revolving door, that's me. I'm that guy. And, like, I don't even remember his name right now, but if I get that case, and I have had 2 of them, I go to my email and I search for the revolving door lawyer and I send it to him. And because that guy's out there and he's like, I'm solving this problem, like, you'd be shocked at how many people get hurt in revolving doors. And I hope you Google him, because I'm sure he's going to pop right out if you have one of those cases, because, like, he's leading the charge on that. And for me, though,
tractor trailer on meth, driving case with lots of insurance.
Yeah, if you're catastrophically injured, we'll figure it out.
But, like, okay, so what else have you found, at least online, that is working for you? Like, your wife singing, good on social media, and, like, we've seen those, like, triple digital and triple 16-digit conferences and stuff like that about, like, getting cases, and they're all about social media training or online training. But the vast majority of those are really about, like, getting to the bottom of, like, your story and effectively sharing, like, who you are. Like, what have you guys found in terms of telling your story that has been effective in getting cases?
Well, I'll go ahead and tell you that what we have found, at least in the last year, and I think Mike is going to be familiar, with this because he's immersed in the SEO world, is that it's not necessarily SEO, but it's articles that are being found by people. They're out there searching, as I forget who said it, they're searching the terms, but they're searching them in the way that a layperson would search them, not the way a marketer or an attorney would search them. So if you're writing articles about, for example, what is the value of a dog bite case, or what is the value of an airbag case, people are going to find that. You're not going to get a large volume, and it's not going to, rank at the top for Atlanta personal injury, but it's going to rank at the top when they're looking for information about what's the value of a Toyota airbag case, if you've written an article about it. And so it's like you've built a hotel, and you've got all these rooms in your hotel, and one room is an article about airbags, and the next one's an article about defective tires, and the next one's an article about booting. Somebody is going to land on that, and they're going to say, this is the lawyer that does what I need, because it's all about them. It's not about us. Any product that sells, it's because it fills a need that person has. People buy luxury cars because they want a certain status. Someone else buys a pickup truck because that's what they need. They need a guy that does vehicle rollover cases because that's what happened to them. They're going to find your article. So to me, it's articles and content that are going to drive those cases to you.
All right, I'm going to ask this one.
I guess that was kind of similar for me. I had a couple blogs I wrote when I first opened the law firm, and they were just like random things. But I wrote one about the first pick in the NBA draft, maybe 6-7 years ago, Markelle Fultz. He had like a frozen shoulder injury. No one could figure out why he couldn't do anything. So, but eventually people started searching, like coming to the website because they were looking up, a frozen shoulder. And I was just, at the time I was just writing because I like NBA storylines. And, but those little things that you're interested in can kind of come along and people will pick up on it, especially if it's like a weirder injury. I think that probably helps. That's a neat trick. My other neat trick is losing money on things that don't work and then stopping that and then asking my friends for help and what's actually working for them. And some of them have been wonderful and kind to get me to better services. But yeah, losing money, that's my trick.
I'm very good at that. I'm extremely good at that.
You know, when the question first came up, I was like, I don't have anything to contribute here because I'm not particularly good online. But something has actually kind of that I can see a pattern. I know Matt, I know Mike a little bit, but Matt and I don't know the other guys. But by and large, I'm a pretty genuine guy. I'm a family guy. I love my parents. I probably speak at seminars as much as any time, and I always put up a picture of my family. I'd always put up a picture of my family. And then on my website and on my Google My Business, on my social media, I have something that is consistent with that is me as a human being. And so there's congruence between who I am as a person and what they see on my website or Google My Business or my social media. And I've had more clients than I have fingers tell me that that's why they chose me, because they like me being a family guy. Mm-hmm. And that's because it's authentic to me. I don't know if you can see behind me, but I'm also a cowboy, right? So like I can make a shtick about being a cattleman where it may not work for somebody else. Like I couldn't make a shtick about being a big city guy. And so being authentic and true to who you are and actually conveying that, I think has been good for me. But I don't think that's a trick.
I have questions. What is involved with being a cowboy?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna raffle me some verdict.
That photograph has gotten me multiple cases. And true story.
I believe he looks really tough. Look at that jawline, man.
Very handsome. Very handsome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Winsome. The Fisher, rescuing people, like beautiful family. Cowboy.
Nice. Well, I'm a Texan, and I'm proud of it. But that's been.
I can tell. It's pretty hoarse too. All right, so here's the next question: is like the biggest mistake that you make?
Like Google Ads for car accident attorney. I did that for 1 month early on, and I got one case. It was a Walmart parking lot rack, and went to the guy's house, signed it up, and he said, "Don't go get the security footage." And I was like, "Well, I'm going to get it because it's disputed liability." And he fired me the next day, and that was that. That was my worst, straight up worst money there.
I'm going to segue. Bruce, I want you to tell me about your worst marketing dollars, but I also want to, while simultaneously sharing what I presume are your best marketing dollars.
Yeah. Well, I'll say our worst was also an AdWords experience like Mike. Only I hired a guy off, I think he might have been off of Craigslist or something, to manage my AdWords, and he didn't know what he was doing. And I started getting alerts from Google every few hours that $500 had been spent. And I thought I was getting the same alert over and over again until I finally logged into my credit card portal and saw that he had spent $15,000 in just over a day. And that was painful. So I learned, don't hire your AdWords guy off of Craigslist.
I'm looking at this for the first time in a minute. This is incredible.
So,
like, good Lord, dude. This is very impressive.
We started several years ago, probably 7 or 8 years ago now, what we call our charity of the month. And so each month we find a local charity and we make a contribution to a local charity. And so that sort of, helps us, learn more about our community. I mean, first of all, you learn a lot about people that way, but also being involved in those is another way of outreach, letting people know what you do. And we have a lot of, I've got a great staff that helps with this stuff. I can't take credit for too much of this, but I've encouraged it, and it's a culture that we've built to try to, find things like this. We're having a coat drive, and we give school supplies to teachers twice a year in the area, because in Georgia, people don't know teachers have to buy their own school supplies. And how messed up is that? They don't have enough money in their budget to give them basic things like pencils and notepads, so we buy them for them. And so just a lot of different things like that. And if you look around and you dedicate somebody on your staff to help you find those community charitable organizations, and they're out there. There's a lot of them. They can very quickly help you make those connections.
This is not on topic, but I saw it and I wanted to highlight it. So on this table here is Bruce's, this is the do's and don'ts of an accident case. This is things you need to know. I don't know what this one over here is, but I have stolen all three. I've stolen these two for use in my own firm. What is the third one so I can steal it as well?
I think it's social media do's and don'ts.
Excellent. I would like to receive a copy.
Yeah.
So
sure.
Steal that. All right. I'll tell you my worst dollar spent. I paid someone to get me. And this is some stupid stuff, but I was told that Wikipedia links are the way to go. And so I paid someone for Wikipedia links, and I didn't understand that you can just add Wikipedia links without any say so whatsoever. And so I paid this guy per Wikipedia link. This is for a firm 10 years ago now. And I didn't really appreciate that within 45 minutes they would all be gone. Just went and added a bunch of Wikipedia links, and then the moderators were like, no. So, I wrote this guy a check for the good links, and they were not good, nor did they last for. I mean, I'm not joking. They were probably gone within an hour. And I know of another lawyer who paid $5,000 to get a Wikipedia page about himself, which was also gone in about a week.
Wow.
So what about you? So Farragut, tell us what you've seen as the dumbest things you've seen in the search of SEO.
Oh gosh, I've seen. I don't want to bash the company I work for, but I've seen them waste so much money hiring a big SEO firm to create content, and they basically cannibalized the entire website. They got a lot of clicks, but none of them converted to sales, new customers. Just duplicating content. We basically have two divisions, one for marketing and one for support. And so I manage the support side of the business. We have 5,000 knowledge articles. And then this marketing company came on and started duplicating everything that my team was already doing. And it just bashed both sites. They paid this company thousands of dollars, and I basically finally got them to fire the company. It was hurting the business.
Well, that then brings me to my last question here. And this one is definitely in your wheelhouse. What do we need to, if we do nothing else in our due diligence, what do we need to ask?
What do you need to ask?
For an SEO, if I'm going to hire an SEO company, what is the most important thing for me to drill down?
Oh gosh. That's a good question. Nobody's ever asked it to me that way before. I would probably ask them what their number one focus is. What's the one thing that they do different or better than everybody else? And my answer is not going to change. I'm still going to say focus on just having a high quality website that's structured and organized well. It doesn't necessarily need to be the biggest, but it should be high quality content, especially as we move into the age with all the new AIs and chatbots, Google, Bard, and ChatGPT, they're looking for high quality and accurate content. And those are the sites that are going to start ranking high. I've actually got a couple of pilots that are running right now, and Google in particular, their chatbot is tied directly to the sitemaps you submit to Google Search Console. So anything that you're submitting to Google through your XML sitemaps is going straight to Bard.
Oh, I don't know if that's good or bad, and it's outside the scope of what I'm willing to talk about today. How about you, Julian? Tell me what do you your best advice for hiring a company?
Well, I want to go back to the last question because I got up to go pick up something here.
Oh, I didn't get your answer. You're right.
So there was the worst and the best. The worst, I've got plenty of worsts, but the best was that a while back, Ben Glass asked me to speak at one of his seminars, and I went, and for it, I created this little thing, which was just a big one-page size laminated deal, and it's very similar to what Mr. Miller's doing. Is that you stay top of mind because it's impossible to throw this thing away. It's bigger than like my little business card, right? It's got my grill on it. But it stays on somebody's desk. And if you go to my website, the most searched thing is not product liability attorney or car wreck lawyer. It's my name. It's people looking for you because they remember you from having met you at some other place or doing something like that. And if I was thinking about the most important thing about picking any vendor is finding someone that you can trust, setting real and measurable milestones that you can compare somebody against. I'm going to produce X, whatever that may be. And if they don't, hold them accountable. And between being a cowboy and a lawyer, I was a commodities trader in Chicago. I traded in the pits. And one of the really hard things that I had to learn was you've got to let go of your losses fast. If you're in something bad, get out, move out of it. And if you're in something that's good, sit there, stay there. And we usually are the opposite way. I'm not from the pits. But if you're with somebody bad, right, get out. And a lot of folks want this long-term marriage. You wouldn't marry somebody like on a blind date. You'd go out for a little bit. You'd see how things work out. Yeah, and let's see how it works. So that would be how I would handle trying to work with somebody.
Excellent. All right. How about you, Bruce?
If I were, I think that's great advice so far. What I would add to it is ask them to make genuine references available to you, and then I would call the owner of that firm and I would say, "Hey, I understand you work with this company. What do you think?" Because I've gotten those phone calls from people when I was with agencies, and I would tell them, I was very honest with them, the pros and the cons.
I agree with that, because I think that's why things like this that we're doing are so important, is because you get sold so much spin, but generally speaking, lawyers don't lie to other lawyers about this kind of stuff. Lawyers might hide their secret sauce or their sources or referral sources and things like that. But in terms of just general, this company is working, this company is not, or this approach is working or not, it's basically the only way you can get true, authentic advice that has no spin whatsoever. Because we're just too, your reputation is everything, and I'm not going to lie to another lawyer. And that to me is why things like this that we're doing are so important. Last comments on SEO. Last word, if you have any.
I would say, going back to what I said earlier, I think content is really important. Once you know, and it's an investment. It's like buying real estate. You write a good article, you put it out there, and you hope that someone's going to find it. It's going to stay up there. I mean, I guess there's some people that are really immersed in SEO will talk to you about how long to leave it there. But if you've written content, you actually own something, and people can find it and just use that to hire you.
Excellent. How about you, Mr. Milanico?
I just feel so inadequate after talking to everybody else here. I think about SEO. I think about all the different aspects of our business a lot, but it's still, at the end of the day, it's not going to be, for most attorneys, it's not going to be your number one source of business. So just, at best, it's a tripod. Former clients, attorneys, SEO, I would think. So it's just like anything else. Like what is working? Is it working? Can I do things to make that part of my business grow? Or, is this a good time for me to, go and nurture my relationships? Or, like Bruce, like go nurture the community, and just figuring out what you're doing. Right now, I got 3 kids and a lot of things going on. So like going out for lunches and dinners right now is not great. So it's like kind of like, hey, what can we do SEO wise? Hopefully that'll keep on growing and doing well. And then I can, when things calm down with these Rugrats, I can get back to wining and dining, I guess, so to speak, and making friends like Weatherington and Julian and Bruce.
All right, Julian, what your last parting words and advice here?
I'm going to actually steal something from Mike. Is you can't be afraid to fail, right? Like, the only thing I can promise you is if you don't throw the dice, you're not going to win. And so set up parameters that allow you to test something out, see if it works. If it doesn't work, then you move on. Just make sure that you're very protective of your reputation and you're not doing something to throw away that integrity. But if you're not doing that, it's okay. Try this. If it works, great. And it may work for Bruce and not work for me. It may work for me and it may not work for Mike. It may work for Mike and not for you, and that's okay. But you're not going to find out until you try it. And so, just set up the right limits and see if it works.
That's right. Excellent. All right. Well, guys, thank you very much for being here. And thank you to everyone who has tuned in and listened to this and is going to watch it online. I think I can speak for everyone here that, like, if you have questions, you have thoughts, email us. We will do whatever we can to help you. Like, the rising tide raises all ships. And thank you very much for joining us today.
Thanks, Matt.